Hello, everybody. How are we doing? What's up, Ascalon? Thanks so much for the 67-month resub to start off the day. Hope we're all feeling good. Let's get ready to rumble into some StarCraft and get some games underway. We're going to start off today with Classic vs. Percival. We also have Spirit vs. Nightmare. Will be our secondary match in this group. And, yeah, looking forward to getting going. For some reason, TL calendar had the wrong time for this. I feel like no one else is going to show up, but, yes, we'll just sort of see what happens. Get ready to go. Should just be a few moments. Should be able to get into this. And got some games of StarCraft too. Again, good to see you guys. Thanks for joining us today. Appreciate you all being here. First video is coming in. It's going to be Torches to be the first video of the day, so we're going to get that videoed up to begin with right now. We'll get that started here. So just a couple of moments and we'll kick this off. I appreciate you guys being here from the start. Just going to do a moment or two, like I say, get some videos going and we should be good to roll. Incorporeal getting videoed up as well. Perfect. So progress is being made. What you like to hear. A hard day for Spirit. I think it's going to be a hard day for both the Terrans. Don't think either of them are feeling super great about TVP right now. So I do genuinely think this is going to be a little bit of a pro. I actually do think just straight up favor the two pros players today. The Percival's had some good TVPs, but Nightmare's also playing really well lately. Classic has obviously been playing great for a while at this point. So it's hard to really kind of pick against the Protoss in this group. It really is. I think it's genuinely quite difficult. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what we get. But yeah, I'm not holding out hope for the Protoss to lose out in terms of just because obviously we could actually do with less Protoss if anything in the playoffs. Just for balancing reasons, but you know, on the whole, not too big of a deal. Gonna go into ley lines here in a second and get this ready to kick off. I really feel like no one else is here because I can only presume everyone has just thought it started in 2 hours because it was on TLL, Team Liquid wrong. I should have checked that. I don't even submit stuff to TL anymore because someone else does it, but today, the time was not correct. There's really not a single other caster online. This is baffling to me. Absolutely baffling to me. We got Percival here, we got Classic here. Looks like it's just me and the boys to take us off into this one, so let's get ready to go. Ready, says Percival. Wait for Classic to give us the same note of approval. And we can go into Classic vs. Percival. Let's kick this off and get this underway and start out. You're going to have some Wardy observing, guys, because there's nobody else. There's nobody else around. It's Wardy and only me. Ay. Isn't that terrifying? Answer, yes, it absolutely is. Let's go into ley lines then. Let's get this on the go. We're going to start off in the top right-hand side of the map with the blue Terran player. This is Percival. And he is in this best of 3 against the red Protoss. On the other side, we have got ourselves Classic. Well, Classic's actually maybe not been quite as good since EWC. Is maybe a pretty fair statement to make, but I mean, it's still Classic. He's still freaking good, and he still was the runner-up at EWC. He's just not been, as you know, he has not been kind of winning the online tournaments or the weeklies as much as you might expect him to be after that performance at EWC and just the build-up to EWC. But there ain't nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's difficult to stay in that sort of form forever, and it'll be interesting to see how he plays, because we didn't see him in the opening group of this tournament either, guys, because this was an invite, because he made top 4 last season in the Spring Championship, and because he made top 4, he knocked out Hero on the way. He gets an invite into Group Stage 2, so we didn't see Classic in Group Stage 1. Don't even think I've cast too many Classic games. Like, I've seen him playing in the weeklies, but like I say, I'm not sure if I've really casted many Classic games per se. So yeah, be interesting to see just what happens here. As we get set up and rolling. Probably coming to scout on through. Cybercore is coming up about to finish. Is obviously going to give us the access to our tech of this game in the early moments. So the Cybercore going to be available. And not really much going on. No scout from Classic, no scout from Percival early. So both players playing a little bit blind to begin with. And then going to be going from there. So yeah, neither player really getting the perfect vision early on, as we do just have that Reaper. Will be the first scout of the game. But Classic's going to play blindly too. So he does not have any idea. If this was like a proxy Rax or any sort of aggression like that, this could be terrifying, because he would have had zero heads up about it. He would have had no prior info that this was happening. So definitely a risky way to play it, right? And you could argue maybe unnecessarily risky, because you're playing against Percival, who I think you got to say as Classic, you should be favored against. And who, because you're favored against him as well, you might even argue even further, it's kind of crazy not to scout, because in the current meta PvT, are you not just expecting an underdog Terran player to try to cheese the crap out of you? I mean, maybe that's too obvious, and maybe then you're just saying, nah, I don't think he actually will because of it, but like, God, I feel like you're playing some risky games there already. Some kind of risky, crazy mind games almost, but he's going to get away with it. He's not going to be punished. He is not going to be seeing any proxy up against him this game. And for now, we'll just continue to follow this Reaper around onto the map for a couple of moments. We're heading down to the bottom left-hand side. We've got a Hellion joining up with us there as well, so a little bit of a combo of early game units from Percival just to hold the map control with. Nothing that should be overly surprising at the end of the day. And we're just going to get a couple of shots off with these units. Reaper hops up to the high ground. Hellion going to be joining it. The Blink is on the way through as well. As I do expect, if I had to make predictions here, we're going to see pretty standard stuff out of Classic. I just do not think there's a reason for him to necessarily come in and do anything overly crazy here, right? At the end of the day, I just don't think there's any real need for him to go overboard, for him to be kind of hectic. I think Classic can just play a nice safe opening. Blink, it applies pressure, it gives you map control. These are all really good things to have in these sort of situations, but we do get the medevac drop into the back, so that's going to be a factor as it unloads. And a hallucinated zealot taking a few shots right there, as we do have the rest of the army continue to fight on through. Widowmine is going to be still getting stalkers, because the blink away was not exactly as good as he wanted it to be. What happened there was that blink away blinked into the second mine, so you see one stalker going down anyway, which is not exactly ideal. It's going to be the cleanup then from Classic, but he lost he only really lost that one stalker, so barring that blink, that was actually pretty much as good as it's going to get. Now we're going to see the stalkers immediately going across the map, so Percival not necessarily getting too much done right off the get-go here, as those stalkers push away to the other side. Stimpack and Combat Shield continue to come online, and these stalkers actually ready to jump up into the main base as well in the next couple of moments. Come straight in, damage being done. Marine's going to have to be falling back here or so, because we just need something else to help us defend. We've got a Marauder on the way out. Maybe that can do what we needed to here. But this is less than ideal, quite frankly, as you see a lot of these units just trying to get going. The few Marines trying to get there, the Marauder goes down, and the Stalkers do get out. I mean, don't get me wrong, we actually lost quite a few of the Stalkers right now, so quite a lot of them went down. We actually ended up losing 4 plus the Sentry, so damage was done, or taken, I suppose you could say, as well. It's going to be seen Stimpak Combat Shield and the +1 still coming through. The few Stalkers will turn around to go the other direction now. Let's just see them pulling back towards the upper right-hand side. Marine Marauder Medevac, Stimpak Combat Shield now composed of shells. All the upgrades kicking in from Percival, so he's about to be in a more comfortable position than he's been in before this point. Behind it all, Classic goes Charge. He goes Templar Archives, and again, he plays what is kind of the tip-top standard way of playing as of late, so just getting straight through with that. We see a couple of Stalkers there going to be hitting the bunker, and that will have to turn around and take a couple of repairs, so we eat up some SCV mining time, and obviously some money still as well, so we're getting some work done, but nothing overly crazy, I think it's fair to say. And we're just going to sit chilling at the front for a few moments. A couple of SCVs go turning back around the other direction. And again, Storm is on the way up. The +1 attack coming through. The Immortal building as well. The Bio Army already heading down to the bottom side of the map. It's got a Raven involved. Now, there's also the drop out on the left-hand side. So we've got this over here. Little drop looking for a way in. One Medevac already hurt there, so going to have to be careful with it. Don't want to let that go down overly easily or anything, right? So just one more thing to keep our eyes on as the bio settles. On the bottom right side, we're actually going to see the jump in. Stalkers blinked in onto this army. The Auto Turret's coming down and trying to help. We do get rid of a few Stalkers, but again, it comes at the cost of almost everything from the Terran. And so Percival's not going to love that. Unless he can capitalize on the left side. Wouldn't mind shot. Whoa! Hits a Zealot. Splashes the High Templar. You see a few more Zealots going to get warped in right away there. The rest of the army coming back around as well. Marine Marauder Viking building up. The rest of the bio settling down. The wouldn't mind shot or so coming straight through there. The High Temple going to load back into the Prism. Zealots going down. The damage being taken. And we do have ourselves the Prism just loading up and hanging about. The bio army will try and pressure down right now. We're going to be seeing a Storm or two. Oh, the Prism gets some great shots off. Wouldn't mind never went off on it either. I mean, the Storms are just fantastic, and the Prism just puts the High Templar exactly where they need to be to get some good connections right away there. Now, Classic is going to come chasing this army down, so he's going to come and look to just hunt this. And obviously, Percival goes running the hell away, and just has to try and go and look for a little bit of recovery here. But I don't know if he's going to be given the time. I mean, Classic is still on the map. Classic is still very close to being able to come through and just make stuff happen. Which, for Classic, that Observer is not exactly where it wants to be. Just the bio still maneuvering right now. He just gather up, Prism unloading a few of those Zealots. So again, a little bit more action coming to light right here. Just going to see a Storm in the back. SCV's going down. +2 and +1 still coming into play. Vocal losses, the extra Zealots. I mean, just so many SCVs dropping too. Classic is taking, to me, complete control of this game is what it comes down to, right? We're getting to that point now where this game is absolutely starting to be more or less just, I want to say decided, and I think that is fairly true. Percival is not looking to be in too hot of a spot. He's the underdog here, so you're now asking the underdog to try and make a bit of a fantastical comeback. It seems we're getting to the point of asking for like a little bit too much, I feel like, from Percival, you know? I think there's scenarios where Percival can do very well here as well, just right now we're not really seeing those scenarios pan out for him. He just gathers the rest of the Zealot Immortal Force coming down to the south. Recollecting in there, and again a few High Templar joining up together as well, and still got this army in the center. Bio Medevac Viking Raven hanging about at the moment. All of our ghosts included in this army. Just going to try and strike on the left-hand side. So that's going to be our point of contention here as we try and push through. few moments of just waiting to see what exactly our plan will be. Archon's moving around. Just going to be seeing a couple of Vikings still building, the ship weapons coming up as well. So that gets picked off already, and again, Percival just going to try and, if he can, keep Classic back. He does not really want to fight. He's getting close to being maxed out, so I guess we're not too far away from it, but he definitely wants his extra round of reinforcements to be done before an engagement happens. And this is not the fight. This is half your army. You need to be collected together, because this is obviously everything from the Protoss, and we are seeing that advancing forward right now. Widowmine's actually getting great shots on the Zealots. I just wonder if it's still taking a bit too long to actually get to the tech units here. The Vikings, for example, are not getting rid of the Colossus. And you can see that Percival's supply is 100% hurting because of it. Couple storms coming through as well. Colossus firing through, the shots coming by, the Bioforce still taking a significant amount of damage for the moment, and that's going to be good for Classic to take game 1 of this opening best of 3 of the group. So Classic gets the opening map. What's up, Houdini, for the 9-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you so much for support. Good to see you. And good morning and afternoon, everybody. Hope you're all doing well as we get ready for our second map here, which will be on Pylon. We get this hosted up in just a moment. Alright, let's go down the lobby link and we'll get ready to resume. Jump into more games in just a second. Put that down in the wrong chat channel. I'll just throw some invites out instead. Percival never GG's in TVP. He GG's a couple times. But, yeah, not too much. Ready and go. Let's jump into game 2. Alrighty, guys, we're gonna go and jump into the upper right-hand side with the blue Protoss player. This is Classic. It leads 1-0. It is just a best of 3 in the opening series today, guys. We will be having some best of 5 action later on. So yeah, opening up, this will be a BO3. As we get up and rolling. Percival obviously looking to rebound then. We know he doesn't like this matchup. We know that obviously makes this kind of difficult for him. See what he can come up with. Try and find himself a way to succeed in these current situations. Finally going down. Get that started off. So that barracks coming down as well, so we just get that going. Again, a couple of gases will continue through too. Probe comes up, the SCV takes some damage, just going to get nibbled at. You're not going to see the other SCV going to come around, and that probe just gets pushed out of there, so shove that back for a couple of seconds. And just taking a moment or two. Probably very welcome to be annoying here right now. That Reaper coming through is going to be starting to move out, so Reaper goes out onto the map, heading down to that bottom right-hand side already. First up, Stalker going to be there, and the Reaper takes a few shots. So again, just a little bit of damage being done. Nothing too crazy overall. Reaper just getting pushed out of here for the moment. So you see it pulling back. The sentry in the warp gate continue to come in as well. Continue to bring that up and online just for the moment. You get that settled into place. Body count's up again. This time, 2 more Reapers and a Hellions. A little bit more in the early game units here from Percival, so maybe a little bit more of a look to try and find some value in these early stages and get something truly done here sooner rather than later. And the Reapers and the Hellions will just join up. They're being hunted by this hallucination, just keeping an eye on everything that's going on. So yeah, just keeping a look to see what's up at the moment. Gonna try and break in at the front. Not sure if there's really too much to be done there. I mean, battery is available. There's a sentry for force fields. Stalkers of damage output, and quite frankly, I just don't think that is going anywhere at all. So yeah, extra gateway coming down. And yeah, Medevac, Cyclone, Marines all continuing to build through for the moment. Well, Blinker's just chrono boosting along. The Medevac is going to go boosting down the bottom right side, so that the Cyclone and the Marines join in with everything else as we try and get this underway to maybe make something happen. Going right on down. Again, obviously there's a lot of units. The Reapers can hop up as well. We can absolutely outmuscle this one Stalker up on the high ground already, so we can grab that no problem. And that Stalker does go down. Other Stalkers and the Sentry come approaching the front, and we are just going to step straight through there, try and fight this. Cyclone helping a lot, but at this point, I guess we've got to really get something done. We are committed into this mineral line, and we lose the Medevac as well, so everything will fall. The Sentry lives to the battery, and this attack is going to end up doing absolutely nothing from Percival. I mean, he killed 2 probes and a Stalker, but resources lost obviously does not lie, and obviously now you're not applying pressure on the map, and so the Blink Stalkers can just walk across to the other side. They can just go, go, go. Which obviously is pretty rough. If your name do be Percival, because now you're just going to be under Stalker pressure the entire time as well, and that does not really bode well for you. The hallucination may tell Classic not to jump in just yet. The Stalker's going to relocate around to the center a little bit instead. Look at the Marauder. I love the target firing from Classic. Great as always, as you kind of expected it to be, because Classic is freaking good. But yeah, just doing a good job there initially. And again, just getting a unit, making it even more difficult for Percival to set up as he needs to in this game and just get the other units online that would obviously typically help him out a big deal. Being able to shove that in your favor is going to be a major positive. Impact Combat and +1 continue to come up. Just going to see those few Stalkers very much so sat there just chilling. Gates, Temple Archives, the charge building as well. Scanning is going to go through. Again, getting rid of the Marauder would be absolutely fantastic if we can get away with that. Storm building through, charge coming up. Now rather, other couple of units continue to come about right here, so and we settle down there for a moment or so, and we just have ourselves, I mean, no reason to kind of go and do anything crazy as Classic. He can just poke around with these Stalkers, keep a threat on the map. There is a load up here from Percival, but he unloads already, so it doesn't look like he wants to double down on the idea that he had in his mind of going across the map with some kind of drop play, so that won't happen. Instead, the Stalker's going to hop to the main base and deny combat shields, so that's going to be minus a big upgrade right away there. Do you lose a Stalker or so, but delaying the combat shield, an upgrade which is meant to be really powerful for this Terran army. At a point of the game where the Terran really wants, you know, to be moving onto the map as well. Like, this attack is coming, And so realistically, this attack is coming. Like, combat shield would have been really nice to have right now to help out all the Marines that are part of this attack, but instead, alas, we are stuck with, well, no combat shield, and you got to go anyway because you're committed to it. So there's no easy way out of this right now. You just got to go. And that's going to be what we do as the Stalkers gather up. Tank's going to siege. We're going to lose the first one of those very quickly, in fact. Storm comes down. Good couple storms already. Percival trying to just split an attack in. There's no third base behind this. This is commitment. And seeing it through to the end is the TLDR right now. That is everything we're going to have happen on this, and it does look good for Classic defensively. We're going to see Percival loads up 2 medevacs on the other side. Going to try and bring those along just to try and make something different happen. Split up the army, trying to make Classic make mistakes. Army supply is still good for Percival, but he's very much so in a win now moment. And the win now, moment is rough because he doesn't have what he needs to win now. Like, if he had a third base behind this in economy, I'd be feeling okay for him, but he does not. And as you can see, this portion of the army getting chased down because it's not been reinforced as well. The reinforcements are down on the bottom left-hand side of the map in comparison. Marauders and Marines step up. A couple Stalkers get chased away. You can see a little bit of bio stemming through. Stalkers taking hits. The probe's going down. Going to be seeing the Stalkers still blinking back for a little bit longer here as the Zealots also looking to try and make a play in. Widowmine going to try and target down a Stalker. Not quite going to happen. And come back up the ramp, man. There's just, I mean, we need these Widowmines to do mega damage, I think, is what it comes down to. We're just not really in a position where these Widowmines can ever do mega damage. Unfortunately, the bio stemming back up, going to catch this Immortal. That is going to be a grab as well. Again, plain and simple, looking reasonable. And really not much else to, say anymore. This game is, looking dismal for Percival. He's going to go for the Mega Drop into the main base as he tries to find a way to make magic happen in the face of despair. He gets pushed away over here from the left-hand side. He's going to try and dive in, but the Zealot Warping can meet him because he didn't force enough of a warp in towards the main base because the army was just there. The Classic just ping-pongs right to left to right, dealing with down, attempted attacks on both sides, no problem at all. Really is just handling this extremely well, I would say. Remember what I'm Viking, a couple of Widow Mines all coming up too right now, so just going to bring that in. Zealot's going to hit the other side while Percival sets up to come running down over in this direction, so comes along. Couple storms continue through. Storm on the rest of the army as well. A little bit more being done still, obviously, as this army just tries to chase forward. Classic is going to push Percival's force back again. This is just a 2 base all in. Because it's just a 2 base all in, it really is getting to a stage where, again, this is just not sustainable. We're building a 3rd CC now. We're trying to get away from the 2 bases. And maybe we can because there's enough. Maybe there is just enough army here. What's up, Fantasy TI2? Fanboy, 15-month resub. Glad your media subscription supports Wardiness tournaments, even though I don't play SC2 anymore. Keep it up. Oh yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Storm on the round, just going to keep a few more units away for a little bit again, just trying to keep things back for now. As we do have the +2/+2 upgrades continuing by as well. Nexus Robo Facility coming up, the Storm onto the army on the right-hand side, settling down also. One more Storm going to come straight through. And at the same time, Zell's just going to hit this main base, so they're going to be able to come straight in here, and see the Vikings going to go after the Prism. The Marines are able to get rid of the Zealot. Another 10 SCVs going down. That's the problem. Classic just always seeming to be a step ahead in terms of getting damage done. We lift off and Classic's just gone home. What will feel like an endless amount of High Templar just building up right here. Getting settled down. Let's just see SCVs coming through. 2 upgrades coming about as well. Shield will pop up. It's going to be having ourselves the Percival charging through there. It's going to be going straight for this right now as we settle down. I'm just going to be seeing the army running across. Just going to see the medevacs pulling back as well. And a couple of body shots coming straight through for the moment. In the end, GG's going to get called. Classic. Clearly going to have enough here. That's going to be 2-0 for Classic in this BO3. So Classic takes the opening matchup. We're going to hop on over to the NA server and get ready for Nightmare versus Spirit. So we'll get that ready to go. And yeah, kick this one off. Just a second. Awesome. Let me just, Spirit's a lower seed than 9. Oh no, Spirit's a high seed. Okay, guys, bear with me 1 second. Never mind, I do not need a BRB. Oh, and what happened is it here? Save the day. Alrighty, a couple of moments, guys, and get into this next round, and we'll resume. And thanks for a little bit of patience, and just getting everyone sorted out. Video's done. Look to get back on track right here. Love it. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos through already. Spirit topped his group, remember. It was actually a little bit of a shocker if you guys think back to the group we saw where he beat Christiana and he took a map off Solar and he beat Goblin. Because Christiana beat Solar while getting eliminated himself, it actually opened the door for Spirit to take first place in this group, which obviously was a little bit of a surprise for a lot of people, I think, on the day. Yeah, it was an interesting group in the end because of that, so pretty nifty as we get ourselves ready up for this next game. We already had Torch's video, so we just need a different video to be made, and we should be able to get going real soon, guys. Fingers crossed. This map going to be ley lines. Awesome. We got this hosted. We'll get in game. Alright. Readies and go-goes, let's jump into our second best of 3 of the day. After this, it will be elimination match, then the winners match, guys. So Percival will play the loser of this as our second series, and Classic will play the winner of this in the winners series. Then we have a decider series as we figure out exactly what our playoffs will be looking like at the end of today. We'll be drawing the bracket. So far, 3 Protoss, 3 Terran in the playoffs. Kind of cheering for Percival or Spirit. I do, would nice to see. I don't think both of them make it out. It'd be nice if one of them could make it out, because we get at least 4 and 4 on the race split. Obviously, we are missing Zerg. All our Zergs got eliminated in the round of 16 after they made it through the round of... yeah, they freaking made it through the round of 24, only to get eliminated in the round of 16 instead. Didn't they know they were meant to stay alive? It's these Zergies. Alright, bottom left-hand side. For some reason, they're blue and blue. Sorry, guys, I'll get that fixed up for the game after this one. In the bottom left, we're going to see our blue Protoss player, Nightmare. And in the top right, our blue Terran player, Spirit. Isn't Percival the kid who did not GG against Clem at EWC? I mean... he wasn't at EWC, so probably not. Maybe thinking of a different term, and Percival doesn't GG in TVP a lot, but... that's the thing he's known for right now. He's got a minor villain arc going on. he's a minor villain where, like, he hasn't GG'd a few times in TVPs. People are a little bit upset with him at the moment. Fair enough. Some people ain't about that, but I do think it's kind of whatever, personally. As long as you're not, like, full on BMing people. I never found the the lack of a GG to be overly whatever, Engineering Bay block is coming down to start us off, so we'll have that Engineering Bay block down to the bottom left-hand side, just to begin with here. And that probe just going to go nibbling at the Engineering Bay, so Engineering Bay taking a little bit of damage. Is that going to come across as well? SCV going to be right there. No GG, that's PM. I don't get me wrong, I think it's nice to say GG, I just don't think it's like... I don't think people see no GGs as like the bane of existence or something. I just don't know if that's really all that serious, I mean, I know that it's probably a kind of the minority point of view, but yeah. Anyway, Stalker and the Zard heading across the map. SCV pulling back along as well. Factory going to finish very shortly. Command Center still building through. SCV and the Marines coming up. The bunker and the Command Center building on the natural as well. Got all of that underway as we do have the gateway building into the bottom right-hand corner. Bunker coming up. Tech Lab building on the factory. See those couple Marines hitting the Stalker a little bit. The bunker will be filled up with Marines, and the other couple Marines coming down to the low ground. Going to come join the party. And Twilight Council Gateway next is all continuing through just for now. So to take a few moments towards just settling down here. Stalker and Nightmare going to come running across as well. It's just going to take a couple moments to run straight over to the upper right hand side and try to see a little bit of what's going on. So got a little bit of scouting coming about. Stalkers gathering. Can take a few moments. So we see our Stalkers and the Zealot together will settle just off over to that right-hand side currently. A couple of the Adepts going to come shading through also. Just going to threaten towards the main base. So you can see what is going on. Banshee tank coming through, add a Marine on in there as well. It's just a little bit of the Marine tank pressure coming online right now. Got all of that ready to go here initially. Going to be our starting point of this as continue through. Just going to have the few Adepts going to threaten once again. Tank gathering, the Marines join up. Again, Marine Tank Banshee just all on the way through together at the moment. A couple of batteries still on their way as well. And Spirit get a shove across the map. Nightmare's been playing great lately as well. Would like to, again, bring that up. He's really had some good results since, well, just the last little while recently, honestly. He's been genuinely impressive. Been really fun to watch him play. Excited to see what he can do over the course of this one, actually, as we... I actually think, honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if Nightmare topped this group. I think he can beat the Terrans. And then, outside of the Terrans, it's Classic. I think he could win a PvP against Classic, too. I think that's completely doable. So, I actually, like I say, very excited for the possibility of what could happen in this group for Nightmare. I think first place would be bonkers. Obviously, first place gets you a good seed into the playoffs and avoids any other first place finishes in the first round, which is obviously very nice as well. Now we're going to see Spirit making a move out onto the maps. They're going to go across to the center and to the bottom left-hand side. There are going to be a group of Stalkers obviously looking to be poised and counter-attacking at some stage here. That's not happening just yet, though, so just something we'll wait on a little bit as the Marine tank comes in. Sorry, the Stalkers are in. They're actually going to go into the main base and hit the SCV line. Pulls the Banshee back a little bit, use the SCVs to block and just try and clean this up. Obviously, we are going to try and push forward. Ooh, the Banshee very nearly went down there already. Didn't quite go down just yet, though, so we do survive for the moment. Marine tank all just coming about, resettling for a few moments as well. I'm just going to siege up, and with that tank siege up, the Marines press forward. Probably still under a little bit of pressure. Maybe Storks come back from the other side. You can see the tanks, when they get jumped on this quickly, is basically every time when you're going to see issues kind of arising, right? It's exactly the kind of troublesome situation that comes about. I'm just going to be seeing this army of the Terran gets cleaned up. The Marauder that shows up is not exactly going to be much additional aid either. Just going to be seeing the Immortal taking a few more shots. The rest of the bio coming back through for a moment or so. We just have to pull away, but these fighters that try to retreat are going to get caught by these other forces here, so that's not exactly going to bode well for you in the end either. I'm just going to hit. Again, a little bit more being done already. Not feeling ideal right now as those units continue to gather back up together once more here. We're still going to stay poised, Spirit. Overall, resources lost was favorable to Nightmare. Spirit still has a bit of an army to work with. He does have the 3rd CC moving into position, so I'm going to go ahead and say there's a possibility here to kind of keep this going for a little while longer still. So we're seeing that pylon going to get shot down, so that's going to be a grab as well. Gonna see the little bit of Protoss still just gonna be right there, still gonna be able to push this away for a couple of moments. It's gonna be able to keep on holding this back. Just come right on through. I'm just gonna be seeing the couple of SCVs taking some shots. The army just jumping onto that 3rd base location. Not exactly fun for Spirit, as Nightmare is just bullying the fact that he's taking an advantage in this game, and honestly right now looks as though he may just be keeping it as well. It is looking particularly good here for the Protoss player. 11 SCVs down, the 3rd base not allowed to land, so even though we're getting that 3rd base, it's not something we can really put to use just yet, which is obviously a big problem of its own accord. That's definitely a continued issue right now as this game needs to sit. Father of Nightmare. Nightmare going to try and come forward again here. Look to see if can get anything else done. The Mortal's going to step through. Those couple of depots going to be in trouble immediately. The Storm, will come down right off the bat, and that's going to be a lot of bio taking a lot of hits. There's a jump on through. Nightmare Supply still looking good. Yeah, a little afraid these Immortals are a bit exposed. The Zealots were all to the right side, so nothing defensively there to kind of keep that army alive. And if we lose both Immortals, maybe that takes some of the tech away that gives a path back into this game as Spirit. I mean, it's not like I think we're kind of living and dying on these two Immortals, but I mean, they are a big buffer of the army, right? They are something that genuinely does, in the end, go kind of a long way toward helping. Problem is, your entire natural's being broken into as well, so as you can see, this is not exactly looking great still. 15 dead SCVs, and I think we are truly on the losing end of this game one as Spirit. So our Protoss play is definitely looking good to start off the day. Getting done what they need to succeed for now. As the storm comes down, the depot will fall. I mean, Nightmare just needs to keep throwing units into the natural. If your opponent's not able to mine off the third base, that's not something you can sustain. Zealots, I mean, maybe you don't want to run Zealots up the ramp into the main mineral line or anything, right? But at the same time, like, you look at this and it's kind of not hard not to, like, want to, it's kind of hard to look at this and not just be kind of somewhat okay with running into it. Again, you get some more storm energy, and that will continue to force your opponent back. That will only continue to do you favors here, and again, I do think that this one is drawing toward a close sooner rather than later. And in fact, Marine wouldn't mind building. So we're just going to say GG, though. Taps out of this. And we do see our first game going the way of Nightmare. Alrighty guys, we'll be hopping into a game 2 here in just a couple of moments. Alright, let's do this. Second map is going to be Pylon. Spirit down a game here in the round of 16 today. Now going to be playing on his opponent's server preference as well. Let's get this going. Ready and go, go. Alright, gonna throw us onto the in-game screen, guys. We can get this rolling out. In the bottom right, we'll have ourselves the light blue Terran player. Down a game is going to be Spirit, taking on Nightmare in the top left corner of the map. Next is just going to boosting along. Gate assembly coming through. Racks and the gas coming up. Engineering bay block already coming down as well, so it's going to be a nice little catch there right off the bat. So get that working for the moment. Similar to what we saw in the previous game so far then. Bunker comes down. With that bunker coming down, we'll just see the next coming up at the same time, so we get that all settled in just for now. Now Stalker runs over. Robo facility starts quite quickly here. Still yet to see anything starting up off the Twilight. There we go, Blink gets going. So we'll just be Blink, but I was just wondering because we're kind of sat there a little while. And Robo was coming through. Maybe we're looking to rush a Templar Archives and go into Templar Archives plus a Prism or so, and then get charged. Everything didn't really line up for that, really. But like I say, we were just kind of sat there waiting for a bit. All good. That goes back and forth again. Obviously just checking the front. We're going to see this be 4-gate blinks, so 4 gateways. Big commitment there on the side of Nightmare. So definitely wants to try and get something done with this whole scenario. Prism into the main. I'll unload the first few Stalkers. But a mine drop comes moving across at the same time, so we're going to get a good connection and does a lot of the work the Stalkers have done already. This is definitely a pretty reasonable start. The Stalkers continue to get going, and SCV taking some damage. Stimpack Marines tank all building through. The Tech Lab and the Reactor continue to come out as well. And Medevac just sitting in that top corner. The bio unit's still building for the moment. And Stimman Combat Shield continue to build through. It's going to have a charge coming up. The extra gates are coming online. Once those upgrades are done, see where we go next. So intrigued that we did not so intrigued that we did not really try and do anything more with the Stalkers, to be honest. This was very lackluster at the end of the day, all things considered. And we are still at 2 base Protoss here as Nightmare as well. That part definitely also intriguing. Definitely away from the expectation, I would say. and just heads into the main. This time with the charge lots, and they do get a tank, and they continue to get some work done in general here. Storm about halfway done, a couple of Zealots going to try and get through to some SCVs. Marines also taking some damage. He's pulled back out over that right side. In main, these Marines are going to try and fight. The Zealot's going to go down. It's 15 pros that died, mind you, so... Well, this little Widow Mine has been very successful Spirit, so he's been able to have a good time at least, if nothing else. And his supply actually going to be leading now. He's 16 workers up, but still a 2-base Protoss as well. So Nightmare is weirdly in the kind of all-in position. Spirit's going to have a 3rd CC finishing. Nightmare has to do something, man. He has to go. He has to load up this Prism, get across the map, and just send it, I think. I don't think there's going to be any turning around for him here. I think he's going to be in some trouble here for this game too. Spirit knows it as well. And he knows there's no expansion on the 3rd, right? So as long as that's the case, it really comes down to just surviving as him. I actually can't really believe that Nightmare is sitting back and just trying to macro out of this. That may be one of the more ludicrous things that we've seen here in general. He's now going to double expand. I mean, I like that more. Single expand was probably not going to be it. I like the double expand a lot more. That actually, to me, that gives you some hope. You know, to me, that actually gives you some real opportunity, something that might actually work out in your favor. I like that. Oh, what's up, Protest? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. As we got a couple Zealots in to get some SCVs. So we're able to make some grabs right off the bat there. Just going to be having the Army of Spirits starting to move over, heading to the top. Going to be met by a couple of Stalkers already, so that will be a turnaround fairly quickly. Storm comes down, Medevac takes some damage. And a few more probes going down is now going to see the main push of Spirit coming in. I mean, this is the point now where Spirit is no longer the defender. Obviously, he is much more so the guy that is pushing out here and looking to make plays, because he doesn't want his opponent to get back in the game. So this is what Nightmare wanted. He wanted Spirit to be running into him. He wanted this situation, no doubt. This Nightmare tries to break forward, the bio coming through. Just going to be jumping straight into this. I mean, our Pros player has a few Storms left, but he just doesn't have anything else. The couple of Zealots that remain are not going to get the job done here either. That is looking more and more obvious. It does feel as though this one is going to be going definitely to the game 3. So, yeah, that's exciting, because I really did think Nightmare coming into this was going to be very good. I did worry that we were going to see just Terrans not really standing much of a chance today, but obviously not the case right now. At the very least, this game is going to be going the way of Spirit. Unless something really crazy happens. I mean, he's been very sensible approaching the front right now as well. He's not going overboard or anything like that. Tank siege and EMPs coming down. His tank's actually going to get sacrificed there, but there's no follow-up, there's no Storms anymore even. Like, we are genuinely in as much trouble as we could be in. Energy recharge just gets used, so we do get a Storm off because of that. That's really going to be it, though. We dive in. This left side base in trouble. The right side has a couple of units on it as well. Nothing too major there. And that will be GG. Spirit takes the 1-1 scoreline over Nightmare. And that's going to be that. Guys, I'm just going to throw the BRB screen up while we host Game 3. I'll be right back. Game 3 coming up. Nightmare and Spirit 1-on-1 in this best of 3. Nightmare bottom left. Spirit bottom left and Nightmare top left. For this one. Well, we've had a interesting game so far. I honestly don't really know what Nightmare was really trying to get done in that last game again. 4-gate blink, but they never really put his heart behind it, right? As Spirit has an SCV across the map early in this game. It is indeed proxy time for him. Oh, engineering bay block time. I'm going to be smarter, considering we did that in the previous games as well. Makes a lot of sense. Probe gets there, nibbles at the SCV. A little bit of damage to be done right off the bat. SCV pulling over, Probe taking a little bit more damage again. Engineering Bay will go down soon. I will free the road to an expansion there for Nightmare. Because otherwise we still do a lot of setting up for this third map. Selling a couple stalkers. He's going to hit the bunker at the front, but not going to be able to do too much else. As our starport builds, and a second barracks will begin and get this underway. Gateway and Robo just continue to settle right now. The few Marines will be heading around into the center as well. So I'll take a bit of damage. Blink halfway done. Probe facility and gateway coming through. The racks and the SCV is still building as well. Just going to be seeing the armies collecting together. Observer building on the robo facility. With a simulators coming down. That Zealot going to get to the healing shrine. Take a few heals for itself. Get healed back up in general. And the Proby just coming down the bottom again, trying to see a little bit of what's going on, trying to get an idea of what's happening. If we can get to the bottom side, see what's up, that would be great. As just have stim combat, the medevac and the Marines all building. Continue to bring a lot of that into play for the moment. Marines get there, the probe goes down, the Stalker's going to punch through a couple of those Marines. The Marines do have to step away for the moment, so again, still nothing too surprising just yet. Temple Archives is coming up to being about halfway done. Still got the charge building, gates coming through, and Nexus coming online. Much more comfortable game this time from Nightmare. Obviously having that third base actually coming through looks a whole lot better for him. As you do see, the double drop, though, did get around the Stalkers, and that might be an issue. You might not have a lot of units to play defense with right now, so that could genuinely be a problem. This unload with Stim finishing in a few moments actually has a lot of potential to be very, very dangerous here. So, opportunity for Spirit. He's going to take down the battery wire. The medevac so far forward. The recall on the Stalkers is still yet to Stim this army, even though Stim is finished. Wait. He lost his stim? Oh, the Stalker's got the stim! Oh my god. Stalker's got the stim. Ian's just coming across, just gonna see the Marine going down. Wow, he lost the stim. Oh, that's rough. So Stalkers were actually hugely useful. That really ruined this drop of Spirit, Jesus. But the recall home was able to take a way better fight than expected. Wow, and Spirit just gets reset on his bio upgrades. You know, sometimes resetting the bio upgrades doesn't do too much. In this scenario, it really does, because he was literally looking to utilize that in that moment, right? Like, he was ready to go. He was ready to commit through into trying to get something done, so... And charge about to be done, storm on the way. Libra is building up. As the rest of our upgrades get back on track then from Spirit. He probably doesn't want to do anything until those upgrades are fixed, which obviously will take a little bit of time. Storm's a few moments away, which means the Nightmare comfortably gets there. Should be able to start a fourth base as well. I don't think there should be anything stopping him from making that next step. Spirit does have a third CC morphing into the orbital right now. He's going to load up the two medevacs again, take those across the map, and once more look for a similar play to what we saw him unsuccessfully pulling off last time around. I'm getting close to that stim being done. Still no upgrades actually from Nightmare, just pure Blink, Stalker, Charge lot at this stage of time. Fire stims in, Nexus takes shots. To cancel fourth base. This time it's a success story, and there is the stim chased away of these stalkers as well. As we also get away over here without losing too much. Double Forge from Nightmare as he realizes the upgrades are going to maybe be a problem for him in the long term, so look to solve that with Double Forge, double upgrades, get that underway. We get the Prism catch there as well, which is huge. Unfortunately, there's a lot of Zelds in the natural, just got a bunch of SCVs. At the same time, the Liberator's been absolutely farming up some probes as well, so both sides are taking a little bit of a worker beating right now. This Liberator goes to a couple more kills. Now we're going to see Spirit getting some damage done, but taking some hits as well. Both players kind of giving it right now here in this game number 3. Again, winner gets to play Classic in the winner's match and avoid potential elimination in the loser's match already, the elimination round that will be coming up next. Take a few moments as these medevacs come moving up towards the upper left. Stalker High Templar gathers. Couple Zelds drop, the sentry going down. Storm onto the bio. More Zelds going to charge through. The Stalker's going to get jumped on as well, so he'll just try and make anything happen right there. Unfortunately, it's not really doing too much. This army of Nightmare is going to push Spirit back, and he's going to keep on charging forward. So the attack through continues into play. But the Zeld Stalker continuing through again. Just going to be seeing the Prism coming about right there. It's going to be kind of catching a few of those units. I mean, Spirit just does not have that much left over right now as we have. These few units going to get chased. He can start to gather a defense back over on this side perhaps, but even that is not exactly looking too ideal at the moment, right? Like, I mean, especially when Nightmare's up 30 army supply. He's got Storm in play as well. Now he's caught up on upgrades too. Spirit also did not continue into 2-2 upgrades, so Spirit is kind of missing out when it comes to, you know, the next round of upgrades, and that's a problem in itself. So more problems to be had here for Spirit. I mean, I feel like I'm just listing off Spirit's problems, but he really does have a few at the moment. As, yeah, there's the armory starting, but 2-2's already on the way from our Protoss player, and that means that Nightmare is just going to be starting to take a honestly very comfortable lead here in this economic game. Fire pulls back over. Prism relocating. And Prism just sets up at the moment. A few Zelds coming back around the bottom side. Looking for a potential charge into all of these Widow Mines. So Widow Mines are just going to unburrow and back it off themselves a little bit here. A couple more Widow Mines coming through. You're going to see a connection, a couple of Zelds already going down. Well, Spirit's going to find the defense for the moment. The High Templars do not find a way to get involved there, which is obviously what they would have loved to have made happen. Storm is not exactly going to do much either. Gets a couple of Widow Mines low. If there's no follow-up on that, that's a very whatever kind of moment. Which is honestly what I kind of feel like this is going to turn out to be. As the army, for now, has indeed held on. G2 upgrade still building through. The extended thermal lance is coming up. He's still just wrapping around, and as you just see, the 2-2 upgrades, the thermal lens, like I say, Protoss around the left-hand side. Problem for Spirit is, okay, he does have a fourth base. He's going to move that out. I think that's my problem for him, though. Like, if you move this fourth base out into position, that's all well and good, but is that going to be good enough? Because now it's going to open another access point for Nightmare to attack into. So taking that base is one thing. And my main point, I guess, is that holding onto it is a whole different beast. And that's where we're at right now. So I think that's what we're kind of asking ourselves, you know, if this going to work out or not. Vikings, ship weapons coming through. These Zealots running on that left-hand side. The bunker will already be under fire. But might as well be going off. Just going to be seeing the Colossus firing through. The Ghost going down. These Stalkers blink to the other side. The Prism gets dropped as well. Can Spirit jump on this? I mean, the Storm's going to say, no, you can't chase me, and that is typically going to be good enough. So you push that back. And Teacher Upgrade still building through. Marine Marauder Viking on the way. 3-3 upgrades on the Forges coming about as well. Mortal finishing soon. Just going to see a little bit more bio unloading. The Zealots just going to settle down also here. Viking Medevac overhead, and we are just going to get to healing for now. Still got 3-3 coming up on the Forges. The bio up the left-hand side. A couple of Zealots going to get jumped on. EMP coming down. At the Nexus as well. Spirit with an opportunity here. He can avoid the Storm still. He's actually putting himself in a reasonable position to play this game out in at the moment, so not bad just yet. The probes have to evacuate, and Spirit isn't stopping, still pressing through. High Templar gets the Storm off. We do have more Storms available. There's a couple on a High Templar over here somewhere. Oh, did I? No, there it is. This one right here has full energy, but now Spirit's running into the main base already, and now you're going to have to play up a ramp and pushing in. Obviously, the counterattack from Nightmare on the other side. The base trade begins. Can he break through into the main base is going to become the big question here. How expensive does that become? Or maybe just how much does Spirit lose attacking into the main eventually? Oh my goodness, how much did he lose there? He actually had... So he ran into the main... Oh, he got mega stormed from the main base. Got stormed to death, basically, and then that army just doesn't have enough to keep going. Nightmare gets the win. Spirit will drop to the elimination match to play against Percival, and we'll have a couple of mirrored matchups coming up next, as we'll have Spirit versus Percival as our next round. So Spirit Percival coming through. And Spirit gets server preference again. That high seed, that win in his group, actually very impactful for that. So again, the higher seeds do get server preference, guys. So this will be Central, West, Central, West, Central. So one more map on Central for Spirit. If it gets down to that, it is TVT coming up next with Spirit and Percival coming through. I think Percival's just BRB, so AFK a couple of moments, so when he comes back, we can get that underway. How's everyone doing today? How is everyone feeling? Do we have a donation I just missed? Because I've reset my goal. I didn't even see that. Let me double check that one, because I feel like I missed something. Yo. Duer Delphin, thank you so much for the £15 donation. I super appreciate it. And also Barry BP on the 35-month resub on the Prime. Thanks so much for the support, guys. Sorry I didn't see the donation sooner. It's just been between... Maybe it was when I was on the B screen between games. That can certainly do it sometimes, so... Yeah, maybe it was just on the BRB screen between games. Didn't get the ding or something. Either way, we are going to get ready to go into this next round. So Terran versus Terran, unless Spirit plays Protoss, which he just said he might do. He is allowed by our rules to switch race as he wishes throughout the series. That is what we do nowadays. People want to do it, we let them do it. It's the TLDR on that one. Yeah, just give me a moment to get a couple things sorted. Awesome. Alright, one more video, and then we're going to have ourselves the map picks coming online. Get the Spirit Percival match underway. Honestly, where is everyone today? I'm shocked. Oh, is everyone covering the Evo Championship? That would probably make sense. That would probably make sense, yeah. Fair enough. Alrighty, well, we're going to take a couple of moments here, guys. We'll get underway momentarily and get, like I say, back on track once more. One more video, but it's best of 5, so just going to get that fixed out and hopefully go. Best map ley lines. Into Ultra Love, into Pylon. That must be Tokamak or Corporeal. Let's ready. Let's jump into it, guys. TVT continuing through here today with the WardiTV Summer Championship round of 16 Group D. I'm super excited to see what our playoff bracket looks like later today. Our playoffs begin tomorrow already, by the way, so playoffs happen super quickly in this event. Get straight to it tomorrow. In fact, playoffs were meant to be already this weekend in full, but that just didn't turn out to happen just because of the way the schedule worked. We ended up spreading it out a little bit. So playoffs will start tomorrow, but we'll actually finish through the week. I don't love running the playoffs through the week, but there's just not enough time to run the event otherwise because there's too many people trying to run tournaments right now, which is a nice problem to have. In the bottom left, our blue Terran player here is going to be Spirit. Why are they light blue and dark blue again? Gosh darn it. Percival's in the top right side. Our Korean Terran player here has both succumbed to the Korean Protoss in their opening matches. Percival to Classic and Spirit to Nightmare, in case you just joined us and missed those games. I actually thought Spirit was in quite a lot of trouble last game. He really brought it back quite nicely, so shame that he couldn't kind of follow through and finish it out, but like I say, Nightmare's been playing well lately. Honestly, I would say that it was a little bit shakier from Nightmare than I was expecting. I really thought he was going to look good. People coming up on either side. Well, SCV is going to be moving about. We are going to be seeing our route map begin to get across the other side of the map. So this route map is pretty much our action for the moment. That bunker coming up Got some defenses ready. Marines only from Spirit, by the way, so... Yep, this was our action, and that's about it for the moment. Starport building through. So you bring that straight about. And again, that Reaper just going to be sitting there for a couple of moments, getting set up. Yeah, Hellion building, Starport on the way on either side. We get going for the moment. Starport's building up. The orbital command's coming through. Refinery on the way on the natural. Bunker still set up at the front as well. Our few Marines and the Hellion will gather out the front. Let's just gather the Hellion coming across over that right-hand side. I'm just going to be poking over. Spirit looks for a little bit of info here. At the moment, Raven and Interference Matrix on the way up from Percival, so we get that on the go. It's going to be seeing a few Marines going to be in position there. Cyclone, it's going to be very difficult to get rid of. It's very beefy, and a few Marines don't get rid of it quickly at all. The Hellion runs in, actually eats the Cyclone lock on for a few moments. We have 3 SCVs here as Spirit, so not a bad little trade for him at all. Let's just see the Interference Matrix coming through on both sides. Medevac tries to boost back through. The Raven going to settle down there. A couple of Marines in position once more. We are going to see the Siege Tank on the way up. There's a couple of those extra Marines coming about as well. And back toward the center of the map here. The Cyclone's still nearby. Just going to join up to 2 Cyclones. Reaper, Hellion, the Raven joining up at the moment. Obviously, order to harass will continue. It's going to be chased away for now. It's just going to see that back the other direction for a little bit. Once again, a couple of the barracks and engineering base still building up. The Medevac Spirit heads down to the bottom side, looking to settle there as well. Honestly, not a bad little opening from Spirit. He's a couple of workers ahead. Has a good tank force on the map. Both players heading to stim. A little bit faster for Percival in the stim pack, so something to think on. CC just going to land. And I've got the couple of Cyclones out in the center as well. Tanks heading down the bottom. The combat shield coming in, like I said, with some Marines going to become a bigger part of this game soon. Not yet, though. I mean, that stim finishing sooner for Percival doesn't really matter when his army consists of 3 Marines. So, pushing in, this should be kind of fine for Spirit so far. We'll see the first Raven taking some damage. He will lose a Raven here. Matrix the Raven of his opponent, so does not manage to get any more spellcasts off with that, but Percival can sit and wait a little bit. Has that air control. His drop comes in and gets a good chunk of SCVs right off the bat. He'll be able to get rid of a bunch of those. A lot of work being done. Let's just have, obviously now damage being done on the other side. Oh, Spirit's actually breaking out. Drop the Matrixes down, pulled the SCVs to break out with, and he will do so comfortably. Percival going to have a worker lead on the end of this, but an army supply deficit. Can Spirit go across the map and deal damage? Or is he going to feel like he needs to just sit at home still? That's kind of an expensive breakout. He lost most things. Still needs combat shield as well in the Marines. Marines still gather. Just going to have our Marine tank force over here gathering up a little bit as well. So again, we just take a few moments to settle for now. Marine's going to get chased back. Medevac already used its boost, so not going to have a lot of evacuation potential. Now he lost the Raven, did Spirit. Nice to keep that alive. Even if we can just get one spell cast off in the next fight, that may make, you know, enough of a difference to justify it. So Raven's just so good. And get it alive and keep it alive a little bit longer. It's always going to be worthwhile. So definitely worth the repair. There's a few Marines, and the medevac down on the bottom will continue to move about as well, repositioning ever so slightly. Marines into the bottom right. 2 upgrades coming up, plus 1 vehicle weapons online as well. It's going to be true on both sides as the Marines still building through. Just got the tank coming by, the factory and the command center building also. It's going to see the orb, little scan out into the center. Going to take a look over there. Percival still with a lot of the map control. You know, he's the kind of guy that's moving out again here. With a few Marines, those drops have been consistent from him, so always looking to be the guy kind of getting in and finding some potential damage and everything. See if he can maintain that. The Marine goes down, the other Marines pull back. Just seeing the rest of this army pulling down the bottom. And factory is halfway done. A couple of Vikings building online the command center between the bases. Two armies spread out. The bunker goes down. Percival wants to make a shove in towards this sort of position here, so trying to find his way in. Anti-army is not going to land. And Spirit is not siege. He's going to have the concave though, and concave still does a lot here. Oh my god, his tank started to shell as well. Did a lot of work toward the tail end of that one. That was a bit of a beatdown on those Marines for the last few moments. More shots, a couple of Vikings firing away. Viking head's going to come through, just going to shoot away, a few Marines coming back over. Green tank continues through again. We settle down for a couple of moments. Just take a second here to let this game sink in a little bit. And there's another scan coming about. Marine tank, Viking coming around as well. Let's have ourselves the interference matrix going down on a tank already. Going to drop that one immediately. Spirit trying to break through from this bottom side. A bunch of those Marines already dealing a lot of damage. The tanks are dropping very quickly, in fact, and now the Vikings are going to start dropping out of the skies as well. Spirit comes out badly in terms of supply at the end of that one. The rest of the Marine tank still just joining through. Tank sieging up, and again, the pressure you have based on the position right now from Percival is a big deal, as the Marines is going to fire. A couple of Vikings taking some shots. We will see the rest of the Vikings coming by for now still. Have that CC about to complete. A couple of Medivacs and Marines building by as well. Just going to have ourselves more and more pouring through Percival. 3-3 going to finish a little sooner from him. The +3 attack will be there from Spirit, but the other upgrade, the armor upgrade, has only just begun, so he will be trailing in that regard. So another thing just for us to keep eyes on. Sieging. Spirit trying to take a forward expansion here, trying to hold that. Brings out to the bottom. Missile turret falls. Command center taking some shots. The rest of the tanks will try maybe step a little further forward too. Defensive position is going to put in work for Spirit. The tanks have done a lot. The Liberators did a lot as well. If they just survived through and were able to knock the tanks down, that would have been huge. We lose the base, but it comes at a pretty hefty cost from Percival. He lost a lot of units there. That said, Percival has a lot of money in the bank, so he can kind of justify losing a good chunk of units in that scenario. That's kind of affordable for him. He can replace them, so it becomes a factor too. Let's just see the couple SCVs going down the other side. The rest of this army from Spirit will pull back at the moment. But we're still losing SCVs over here. There we go. There was a Liberator up over here hitting this mineral line. That is the culprit of those worker kills, so... Siege tank in some trouble. I was going to say maybe the medevac could lift it up, or some sort of evacuation there, because that was not looking ideal. He's pulling back over. Liberator is obviously very nice for Spirit. If you can get to that higher Raven camp, which is what Percival's heading to, though, that should be a more effective army composition to work with in general. And that is seemingly what our goal currently is. That said, Spirit's able to get a bit of a push going for himself here, moving forward right now. Marines getting blasters. The Vikings going to stay overhead and actually put some work in onto those Ravens. The position for Spirit is going to be way too good, and Percival is not going to be able to live through this. He is going to take some hefty damage, and I think at the very least this should result in a base kill. And a couple libs on the way. We lost those. Oh, we're going to land the Vikings to expedite the clearing out of this location. Knock the tanks down, and maybe we can push into this base a little bit more quickly here. Vikings chasing the command center off over to the sides. Infantry will fall, a couple of tanks pulled back. The Vikings will go after the command center. Marines looking to get underneath, trying to push those Vikings back away again. 6 Liberators coming up. Marine tank on the way through. More Marine tank Viking up to the top side. A couple of libs will be poised once again. Missile turret's going to get rid of a Viking, looking for more. Marines still working their way up. Spirit's going to be able to start jumping on tanks. Oh, he actually gave up on the tanks. He was kind of heading towards them and looking for more, but gave up on it for a moment there. An extra Marines coming through, the tank setting up. On the right side, some Marines going to show up as well, as Percival Going to lose a lot of the SCVs that are oversaturating this base just because he has nowhere else to send them to. That's still good for Spirit because he gets rid of Gorkas that could eventually come into play again, right? It's obviously very useful, so definitely a positive as the Ravens pull back, the Marines and the tanks settle down. Some Marines just going to be set up. We see the tanks firing back the other way. Planetary Fortress in the center. The Liberators all joining. Going to move out as well. The Ravens. Going to drop down a bunch of Matrixes. Anti-armor missile as well. Marines and tanks coming from the other side. Well, if there's ever going to be a cleanup from Percival, it would look like that. That was absolutely beautiful cleanup. Clearing out so many units so simply there. And Percival drops down to still 114 supply, but at least pushing, Spirit back in a big way. And Spirit's tank count getting reset to 5. He now has less tanks in the game than what Percival has, and that's a pretty big deal. Tank count is always a factor, and that's going to be quite the factor there. Ship weapons and the +3 vehicle weapons coming through. The Free Marines want to step forward as well. Viking Lib to the bottom right hand side. We will see the few Marines going to be settling in the medevac overhead. The Liberators sieging, tank firing. Sieges again. The few Marines step in. They're going to get evaporated, so they're not going to be able to do much of anything, unfortunately. More Marines stepping up. Spirit's having a bad time. He just can't get rid of these siege tanks, although maybe if the Liberators just step further forward, he will be able to. And now the tank's on siege, now the Marines chase. It's a scary combo. And just dive straight through. The couple of tanks going down. I mean, we got a couple sieged up, but the amount we're killing is 100% worth it here. Percival will GG out. Spirit will take the opening game of this series. Couple of subs during the game. Fnatic SCT on the 59-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much. And Spain Oz on the 3-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much as well. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you. Percival hanging in there while things were not exactly looking great for him. Let's just have game number 2 coming up. It's going to be Ultra Love. Spirit with the 1-0 lead in this elimination best of 5. Going to be Percival's server preference now, so maybe gives him a little bit more oomph in play. Was worth mentioning. Nothing else. Right, the guys in, and we'll get ready for game 2. Ready. Game 2 coming up. Perfect. Guys are ready instantly. We get this ready to rumble. All right. Excuse me, guys. A bit yawny, apparently. As we settle into game 2 of this BO3. In the bottom left, in this BO5, in the bottom left, lighter blue Terran player is going to be Spirits. And in the top right, our dark blue Terran player is Percival. How does it feel to single-handedly carry the SC2 scene? I am anything but a single-handed SC2 scene carry. I do a lot, but there's a lot of people that are doing a lot of things for StarCraft too. The Maestro's tournament coming up is very cool. There's a lot of people that are generating a lot more for SC2 as well. I'd honestly say my events are not even that crazy anymore. They're just kind of filler events, So appreciate the kind words, but there's a lot of other creators to give love to as well. Refinery coming up, we get underway. Reapers having the Reaper in the factory, continuing in with that for a little bit. As we have the orbitals coming up as well, so we just sell for I think a little bit of while. Factory from both, so for the moment at least, some similar builds. Factory just going to finish up. The Reaper still moving around. As we have got obviously just defense here from Percival. Doesn't want to go across the map with it. It's always a little bit risky. Couple Reapers coming back the other side for now. Get pushed away. Just going to push that back. A couple of Reapers coming up. The Hellion coming online here from Spirit, as we do see the units still gathering in the center. Starport building on both sides. Just going to have ourselves the CCs coming through. The SCVs on the way. Marines building as well. A couple of Reapers continue out into the upper right corner for the moment. Everybody is dropping down, obviously allowing us to get some damage done here. We'll get one more Hellion. An SCV at the end as well should be targetable, and that's going to be about all they wrote on this attack. We still have a couple of Hellions on the low ground here from Spirit firing away. Going to try and come to the high ground again, but the depot's raised. To be fair, I mean, Spirit takes a couple of workers' advantage and an army supply lead for the moment, although Cyclone should clean this up. And if these kind of early game units go down, the supply advantage is going to be disappearing pretty quickly. So it's not going to be too noteworthy. It's not something that's going to be held onto for oh so long. Reaper goes pulling away once more. Cyclone, a couple of Marines coming up. Marines hanging out in that natural. And we begin to move, yeah, from Spirit, getting to the top side of the map currently. We'll load up, and it's going to be Spirit coming in for more damage. And against the Marines, the Cyclone can trade well, but the Cyclone defensively too. There's not a Cyclone, it's actually a siege tank. He's going to unsiege it because it's locked onto by the Cyclone. It's a good unsiege, honestly, because he kind of needed it. As the Cyclone and Order Turret is good to get rid of the medevac, and that means nothing gets out alive. Percival with the shutdown on this next wave of aggression. The Cyclone is going to get away too and will be repairable. Or not. Stops, did not keep running. And Spirit with the high ground vision still. You can see he wants the other Cyclone is what he's looking at trying to get done there, but it's not going to be allowed to happen. And Defense Matrix coming through, the couple of Vikings with the tank on the way, Starport building. That's the second Starport, so very aggressive here from Percival. Double Starport means an aggressive push onto the map, something that's going to be very feisty for him. Two more barracks coming online. Siege tank building. The army of Percival heading to the bottom left-hand side. Actually pushing already before he really establishes too much air control. Only 2 Vikings so far, but hey, if you can already get in position and put Spirit into trouble, then go the hell away and make that happen. The turret's going down. A couple shots potentially coming through. For now, just going to clean this up. Like I said, I think this was a little bit of a go-too-soon moment. Absolutely looking like we maybe pulled the trigger on this one a little early from Percival. He's still trying to get back onto the other side. I'm going to see a jump. The Vikings are landed to try and push ourselves into position here as well. Trying to make something of this. Let's see, the Marine just going to be there to try and poke out a defense. Obviously, Percival will now have the air control, and that will help him to maintain the position here. That is his current plan, as the couple tanks will unsiege. He'll press through the SCVs. Pulling out as well, so Spirit wants to break this now, and I do not blame him. As he steps forward, he's going to be able to get rid of this Liberator and absolutely making the most of his chance to get out onto the map here. I love it for Spirit. That's exactly what you want to be seeing right now, going exactly how you want it to. So yeah, good job in that regard. Really fixing up problems there. As just going to see the Vikings are landed though, and Spirit's still pushing into this unsieged tanks, trying to trade. Not really doing too well for ourselves, to be honest, right away. A couple of those Vikings come across as well, and we will play cleanups. So now Spirit maybe chased a bit too far, and he's going to be perhaps in trouble. He doesn't have the he doesn't have stim or anything yet, right? So he doesn't exactly have like a position where he's going to be able to improve where this is going at all. That's going to be a big part of the problem, honestly. Vikings is going to get rid of another siege tank. The Liberator obviously aiding in the setup of that. The Liberator helps to just push it along to the point where the tank is already set to go down. That tank will siege. And Vikings still trying to step forward. Just going to see the Marine tank setting up for the moment. Stimpack and Combat Shield coming through. Going to see Marines trying to engage from two sides. Honestly, this has gone on so long, you would have maybe expected Spirit to have the ability to stim already, and if he did, I think this could have been a very successful breakout, and he might still break out of this. His Raven did a lot of work. The double Matrix from the Raven flank is actually a huge play, and is going to be the one reason we stay alive for the moment. Vikings just come stepping through. Just full defense for the moment. Spirit has survived in the end, guys. 8 SCVs behind is not unplayable. He is genuinely very much so still in this, which is, like I say, pretty crazy so far. Not expect him to... I mean, I really just felt like, you know, Percival was doing a lot, to be fair. But apparently not so much, as the 1-1 upgrades continue through. The stim pack is going to be finishing very shortly. Tank, Marines, armory on the way as well. Little medevac drop from Percival heading in right now. Attempt to drop. We get a few SCVs, but honestly, overall, I still feel like Spirit is defending relatively comfortably right now. I feel like he's got to be fairly okay with how the last few moments have gone. He's still in this game, which was definitely not a given to begin with, to be honest. See the Marines unloading again, and just settle ourselves still. Try and see what our next plan will be. 1-1 upgrades finishing up. Those 2 armor is going to be done soon also. And all those Marines just joining together right now. 2-2 plus 1 vehicle weapons. The Marine medevac still gathering. The depot goes down as well. It's going to be a nice little grab. As Percival, the one with the map control. Spirit's going to move out with pure Marines. This works better usually when your opponent's on the map with their tank force, but that's not the case, so I'm not sure if these Marines are going to be able to run in and overrun anywhere, honestly. Let's pull back over. CC gathering up. A few Marines will step through for a couple moments here. You can see those Marines from Spirit are right there. A little exposed, right? Like, they're very much so just on their own on the map. No real support for them. But Percival, does he want to jump on it? Obviously not with this group of Marines because he just has less Marines. He's obviously looking to make the same play for himself. Now as he runs in, first siege tank will go down. The tanks, if they were here instead, would be great defensively for this, but instead they're further back to cover the front. And because of that, we lose a lot of SCVs. The base has to lift, and Percival doing mega damage. Meanwhile, Spirit is not finding anything of the sort across the map, and this game suddenly takes a major shift in Percival's favor again as we run up here against the Concave. Marines are getting slaughtered. Medevac healing versus no Medevac healing. And those Marines just traded ridiculously effectively, which is, again, exactly what those sort of positions happen. Breaking through at the front as well. Percival just realized the move he was making was powerful and that he was going to be able to take advantage of it. Nicely done. As this game was absolutely ready to swing back and forth a little bit, and Percival just says, no. Let's just sell this down. Let's just get this sorted out. And let's get this back on track as we're going to go to game 3 with it all tied up. Pylon, our third map of this series, coming through in a moment. Waiting for Spirit to join us here as we head into Pylon. We'll be good to go. Right. Just waiting for Spirit, and we'll be able to resume, guys. Heroic Games and Commentary, thanks so much for watching, appreciate it. Sorry for the observing today, guys. I have to observe in full, and I just don't observe much anymore, and yeah, I'm a little distracted. I had a big brain off day yesterday, and honestly, my brain's still kind of off. So, yeah. Ready and go gets called. Let's jump into it. Get that ready to go. Alright, we are going to have in the top left-hand side here, the darker blue Terran player is going to be Percival. I keep forgetting to get them to change colors, guys. Sorry as well. As, SCV on the map from Percival instantly, and obviously Spirit's in the bottom right, and he does not have an SCV onto the map, so there's our interest for the early stages. So one barracks proxied, and only this one barracks, which obviously leaves the options of maybe building a second barracks back at home. Oh, I didn't see the second SCV on the way across. It's going to be proxy 2 barracks. Fair enough. Yeah, I didn't see that second SCV coming. That obviously changes exactly what this is going to look like here. As we get that settled down and into action. So we get that set up. Just going to be having both barracks coming through. They're finally coming in. SCV's building. And Spirit, no scouting. He went down to his natural. Oh no, he didn't even go down his natural. It's just the the map makes it look a little bit lighter down there. But no, he hasn't even been down to the natural. He's not been out of his main base. So Spirit has no idea what's going on in this game. Factory building up, barracks both finishing. Percival just setting his SCVs back. It's going to be Marauders as well, so completely unscouted Marauder play coming by. Oof, oof, oof. It's very scary for Spirit, no doubt. It's not going to be easy. Especially when, I mean, the good news is he went factory before he expanded, which is probably part of why he didn't scout. Oh, he's going to get there. The Reaper sees the tech lab. I was going to say, I wasn't sure if he's going to go far enough forward, but that gives him a little bit of preparation time compared to what he would have had otherwise. So good direction for the Reaper to scout and pick that part correct. This is something you do with the Reaper. Typically, you are then looking to see if there's a proxy you have to deal with. What I was going to say just before that, though, is that, yeah, the factory before, you know, the reason he doesn't scout in the first place is because he's going to go factory first. That's already naturally going to be a little bit more of a defensive build from him, and hence something he can kind of jump himself onto a little bit more comfortably without the scouts. So Bunker's going to finish on the high ground and units get inside of it, but these Marauders are allowed in. One Marine goes down. That's actually kind of a big deal because any DPS you deny is huge. The Marauders commit into the main base. They want SCVs. Workers are dropping. The Reaper and the Marine is chasing. I'm actually going to turn around looking for the Reaper. We're not going to get it there, though. Okay, we do get it, but it could have honestly pulled back as the Marauders are surrounded and killed. I actually think I would have preferred instead of the Reaper him just getting 2 more SCVs. There's no follow-up here. There's no more units coming. And if there's no more units on the way, I really think this should have just been a focus on getting a couple more SCVs. What is that Reaper going to do for you? Right? Like, to me, that Reaper just doesn't really apply any sort of usefulness in this situation, so yeah, I don't love that the Reaper was the target there. Could have had a couple of because some of the SCVs were half HP already still, right? So yeah, not having those is a little unfortunate. Tech Lab's still there. The barracks has made it home. First one. I mean, this was fairly low commitment from Percival. It was only 3 Marauders. Like, obviously low commitment when you're talking about proxy barracks doesn't really make sense, but in the grand scheme of things, overall, when you proxy 2 barracks, it's one of the lower commitments. Like, yes, you built double Tech Lab and concussive shells, but you also only built 3 Marauders. This was not just more and more Marauders. You've got a CC behind this now. The question is did you do enough? And I think the honest answer is just no, you did not do enough, and Spirit's going to come across the map and absolutely slap you in the face. Because, yeah, I think this is genuinely going to be a little bit too difficult of a situation to truly stop in the end. Spirit has a lot. I guess, at the same time, it's not a lot, in the sense of, you know, we don't have, like, a ton of, we don't have, like, a ton of units, so if you just get rid of this tank, there's a second tank, but, like, you know, that would be a good first step that could genuinely make a big difference here. Drops in toward that cycle and sieges up. Bunker's immediately in trouble. There's nothing inside of it, by the way. That Bunker's just going to go down. As Spirit realizes it, it will fall. There's no siege tank here either. It's still building, so you've got nothing that's kind of, like, positionally defensive, so you can just push up as you wish to as Spirit, and as you can see, he's just going to siege the tanks right up in front of this base and start going to work. So the tank will siege, the Cyclone locks onto the medevac again. Both medevacs lingering about. A couple of Vikings will step through, just going to get rid of medevac 1. And the Marine's going to sit there as well, as we have Vikings still sitting overhead. There is the medevac going across the map here from Percival. I like the counterattack because obviously you're not breaking out of your base anytime soon. So if you put some pressure onto the other side of the map, that might be your best way of creating some space and some opportunity for you here more than anything else. Head back into the back of this base as the siege tank continues to go to work for a couple moments there. And both players again work as kills as the Slipper finally shows up, and with the Vikings landing, we begin to break out. We try and still play a bit of defense here. The Vikings going to go for the siege tank. They do not take a shot. That could have been a kill on some of them. And Percival losing 6 SCVs, but like I say, the breakout is good. This is the Banshee from Spirit that's causing trouble, but the cloaking fades. Banshee is killed. Spirit starts up a third base 5-worker lead. Obviously, his opponent has not been able to do too much just yet. Percival's not being able to mine off that natural, but now that he can, it's going to obviously open the game up a little bit for him here, and that should go a long way to helping out as well. Spirit just regathering back on the other side, so just getting reset. TC's just building, so you can get a third base ready soon. There's a third base from Percival at home as well, so both players are looking to again continue into essentially just a nice macro focus in this game now, which I think I'm pretty incredible considering where we were at. A lot of damage being done. Really looked like Percival was in trouble, and that is still reflected in the supplies. You know, what Spirit succeeded with early in this game has not been for nothing. You can see the supplies definitely telling the tale of a Spirit who has had a good early game, and of a Percival who is still trying to bounce back and recover a little bit from that aspect of it. Well, following those few Vikings without not doing much exciting, the medevac of Spirit tries to get some info on the map, as the rest of the army has shoved up, so we are going to try and join up, and again, Spirit the one that's going to be the aggressor. He's already taken his third base right now. If he's got his own third, he's just happy to deny his opponent. My only concern is that you're denying your opponent's third base obviously leaves you open to attack as well. If Percival finds a drop to the other side and you don't have defenses there, that can absolutely be a problem, so you've just got to be very aware that, you know, Percival is not just taking absolutely everything out across to the other side of the map. As long as that isn't happening, you kind of sit pretty here as our, you know, as the leader of this game as Spirit. Orbital would like to drop down and Marine step up. And be careful of those siege tanks firing. Tank will unsiege, we will pull it back a little. Just having our 1-1 on combat shield building. Marine tank still gathering together. The Banshee around the back. Banshee a couple times over has been annoying. That repair is just going to show up on time. So we'll start to hit some SCVs instead. There's a lot of lost mining time still. The Banshee will just go down, goes for one more SCV, and that will be that. But now at least Spirit's still then going to try and threaten at the front. Can he actually break through over here? Gonna give it his best go. Gets rid of the tank. He's going to be on position on the orbital. But does he have enough? 3 tanks sieged up as these units arrive from his opponent. It's not enough, and Percival is going to be able to break through and get rid of the tank specifically. Scan on the other side, the Marines and the medevacs join, and still a 30 supply lead at the moment. It's obviously a pretty big deal. Yeah, 30 supply lead is very notable. There's a 2-2 upgrades coming on either side, plus 1 vehicle weapons coming up. And he's going to get caught a little bit. They try lifting the medevac, they missed that pickup initially. On the second attempt, they do get in there and they do make a getaway for now at least, so a little bit of a problem solved, as it could look dangerous momentarily. Scanning out and around that left-hand side, got 2 upgrades plus 1 vehicle weapons all coming in. The few Marines will join up to that left side, get rid of a Marine right off the bat. Marine medevac all joining the siege tank, gathering up. The 2 upgrades and plus 1 vehicle weapons is still building as well. As you can see, there's a few Marines going to get in after the missile turret, so we're going to take that out. Step forward, just going to get rid of the Marine there. It's going to be a nice little catch once again. Spirit's settling on this left-hand side. He's still got this just supply lead. But of course, a supply lead in TVT is difficult to play with because it's so difficult to push into your opponent ever, basically. What it comes down to is the 2-2 will finish plus 2 vehicle weapons on the way. A little bit of this Marine medevac still moving through. Again, 2-2 about to finish up. Plus 2 vehicle weapons coming by, and the vehicle plating coming up as well. Back around the right side there. Yeah, it's just tough for Spirit to do much, but he's doing, in my eyes, the right thing. Fusion core, additional starports, air control. He's taking advantage. He's improving his army in the ways that he can while he's basically maxed out. Trade out a unit here and there, and in general, just keep on going. He's actually going to break in over on this side. Medevac's trying to drop in. So Spirit trying to force something, but in forcing something, he's going to give up a lot of supply. I mean, maybe that just opens the door for all of those additional Vikings. Medevac's pull. On over. And Medevac's the Marines come back through. It's going to be seeing the plus 2 vehicle weapons coming up, plus 3 attack on the way. Extra libs producing. Just grab the bunker. Tanks firing back the rest of the Vikings overhead. Gonna step through again. Missile turret goes down. The Vikings are going to be able to get rid of a medevac or 2. But at the same time, Spirit fights back, and after a successful push in, really, from Percival, like this really was not bad from him, it just kind of runs out of speed a little bit, and in the end, he just does not have enough to keep it going. Now we have this army of Spirit pushing up in full to the upper side of the map here. A couple Thors, the medevacs, the Vikings, Marines, all gathering together for the moment. Obviously, you need these Thors because you need something that can help against the Liberators because you don't have air control. So those Thors are essential, but they eat up your factory production time, so it means less tanks on the map, and that's why Fusion Core and the extra starports and the air control was the absolutely correct play from the Spirit, because it leads to this moment now where his army is so much better because his opponent has had to respond to those air units and try and play catch-up, and hence just is not as good on the ground, which gives Spirit now this opportunity to break through and to look so good. Marines trying to get onto that planetary fortress. The Liberator still firing away. It will go down. A couple of tanks still firing. More Marines coming about as well. The Vikings going after the command center. Reaper's in good positions. A couple of the tanks go down already. There's not really much more you can do. There's one more tank at the back there that gets taken out. Now the Marines want to stem forward. In they go, looking to break this position. Percival just going to say GG. Obviously, this one has been kind of rough for Percival from the very beginning, and it was not getting any better there toward the end. GG gets called, and we are going to have ourselves Spirit back in the lead of this series. So Spirit goes up 2-1, a map away from moving into the decided matchup of the group. Tokamak will be our next map. We'll get this started in a second. I love TVT. TVT is genuinely pretty fun. But TVT was nice. Alright guys, just a couple moments. Ready and Go gets called. Kick this off. Go in game. Alright guys, thank you for a moment or two as we settle down. In the bottom left side, down 2-1 is going to be the dark blue Terran player Percival, taking on Spirit, who is leading the series now. Back in his advantage. Alright. See what we can do. So proxies initially. Nothing just yet to really shout about here. Just take a few moments and let this game play out. Terrans hang on to the bitter end. To be fair, hanging on to the bitter end in TVT makes so much sense because there is always that kind of slight chance your opponent just run. I don't think necessarily, maybe the last game is one of the times where you don't, but generally in TVT you're always thinking, well, what if he just runs into my tanks and takes a freaking horrible fight, you know? What if that happens? Question marks all around. On the way up. Commands had already going down from Spirit, the SCV stepping over as well. Reaper heads across for a couple of moments. And the Reaper will just come through. So, Commands in the building, factory about to finish. Can be seen the SCV still building by as we go and make our way in. Just get that Reaper settling for now. And bunker coming up, factory finishing shortly. Those couple of Reapers will step forward. And the Reaper on the high ground, Marine as well in position to turn those two Reapers away. So far, still looking pretty heckin' reasonable for the early stages now. They're pushed back starport's building. The refinery's on the way. So we got the reactors coming up as well. So again, just a little bit of settling down here. And there's those few Reapers and the Hellions just going to poke about for a little while as well. Reapers and Hellions really trying to get something done around the back. Honestly, if you can just take some workers out with you right now, I feel like you're already pretty happy about how things are going. Yeah, from Percival, just not really successful. That early game unit investment has not been worthwhile. He's a couple of SCVs ahead, but that's about it for the moment. Defense Matrix building from both. Obviously, the Ravens we know in DVT are super important. We've heard of those before. Take a few moments to sit and wait here. As well as the double cyclone, then we'll try and take some map control, but that's about it for the moment as well. The Cyclone's going to be hanging about. Stim back halfway through on both sides. The engineering base building from Spirit. Continue to get that on the go. As both those engineering bases come up. The siege tank continuing through. Just have the Raven of Percival heading out around the right-hand side. And the Ravens just move over. Just going to be seeing a couple Cyclones in position. Marines going to get slaughtered initially as the power of those Cyclones. Unless they get stimmed into and jumped on. Hard to get rid of them, honestly. It's surprising how much a couple Cyclones just out on the map can really achieve for themselves. Red color scheme, blue and blue. Look, we're committed to it now. We'll cast the rest of the series like this. We've just seen it through to the end. Means those Ravens gather. SCVs come over, the Marines gather up, SCVs gathering as well. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield coming through, medevac's tank. Beam. Say a little bit of everything coming over. The Cyclones gathering up as well. Cyclone's actually going to chase down this bottom side, going to catch those Ravens that Spirit's trying to bring across the map for a little bit of excitement. The one that's dying drops a Matrix just to try and help. But this other Raven is in trouble, and it's kind of stuck. Has to dive through the Cyclone with the Matrix on it. Matrixes it again, and that will give it a getaway for the moment. But you know, obviously not fun losing Ravens because they are meant to be something that are very good for you and something that you can kind of maintain throughout the game. So losing a couple is really not ideal. And yeah, that definitely looked a little bit nasty right there as you see the +1 combat shield building on over. Marine medevac will come across. Heading all the way up to the north. Turning around, one single Marine going to be leading the charge right now. And 2 upgrades and the vehicle weapons coming up. The army collected together, the medevacs will all be loaded and ready to go drop in toward the natural here. Here we go, as a few of those SCVs in trouble. I like that, just unload a few on the natural, then the rest go into the main base. I mean, engineering base obviously a really good grab here, potentially. Spirit tries to defend against it. Honestly, Percival not achieving much yet. Gonna chase for SCVs, which have come back into range. Takes the attention away from the engineering base or so, but that's kind of about it for the moment, as 2-2 and vehicle weapons continues by. The rest of the Marines in the front is going to be there. Auto turrets going down. The Ravens get chased back once more. We do throw a scan down already. See what's up. Marine tank Raven going through. Get the rest of these Marines coming back over. Command center going to take damage. Percival definitely doing enough to take some control of this map. Comes out over here as well. That's a very typical move. Knock down those rocks. Just stop those blue minerals ever being a factor. Make something that could be used even a little bit. Just make sure that's never going to get a chance. So while you're here on the map, you may as well just knock those rocks down. There's really no reason not to. The rest of that Percival army coming back around the other side. Good numbers moving about, rejoin with everything together. Spirit already just saying, you know what, defensive 4 base is building 2 more starports. He isn't on the map, but he is going to be taking the better army comp, as we saw last game with the starports being added. Uh-oh, he didn't move down there. I actually think Spirit could have moved into position here. Oh, it's going to be messy. He does get a jump on a couple tanks. Maybe Percival pulled back a bit too much. But that was such an interesting fight. Both players ended up taking some massive tank shots throughout that. There's no defense left over here. One tank ain't going to cut it. Anti-arm missile will hit dead center, and the Marines show up to defend. Nicely held in the end by Spirit. But yeah, this was crazy. How do you think at first Spirit could have more aggressively pushed down here before these tanks were sieging? I actually think he could have been in position to stop this from really getting to this point in the first place, but then he actually ended up taking a pretty good fight for himself. It was way better than I thought it was going to be. And yeah, actually worked out in his favor a little bit, so yeah, interesting little fight. Now, these tanks are still in position here. They're still being annoying. We have got 5 Vikings being built at a time, so we're looking for that air control, and with that air control, maybe a chance to add a couple libs and start truly pushing this back. The CC's floating in this direction, as we're going to see the anti-arm missile onto the Vikings, give us a chance to break through. Right now, Spirit just preoccupied with getting rid of the Ravens. Now he's going to show the rest of his Vikings, and so Percival's going to realize, uh-oh, I'm in trouble, as his Vikings get absolutely decimated in the skies. Oh, sorry guys, I pressed the wrong button there. I was trying to bring up the income graph and I fat-fingered one of my hotkeys to change scenes. My bad. So yeah, just looking to see who was mining a little bit more. Percival loses so much here that maybe mine doesn't even matter. The Spirit's going to go just run across the map at this stage, surely. This is a moment where you just go to the other side and you don't look back. As, yeah, this was very, very decent for Spirit. Decent little sequence of events. Now he will come pushing. Turrets denied. The Vikings land. The Vikings will lift. Look to get rid of this orbital command here. And this will be taken out. I say orbital command, it's just a CC. The problem is we've got basically no defense here. Percival realizes he doesn't have enough to really play a full-on defense. So he's going to respect that and he's just going to counterattack, which is absolutely the play. Now Spirit's just going to have to show us how good of a defense he can make. Honestly, already looking pretty good at home for him defensively, as he will push forward over on this side and continue to chip his way through his opponent's structures. I say chip, but I mean, those are big CC kills, you know, denying extra base for the future. This base going to go down as well. When you've just lost your replacement command centers, that's obviously not pretty. Liberator sieging up. As the SCVs are just going to pull into this, that seems like a disastrous move. Marines are going to flank from the other side. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get it. It looked as though he maybe needed to start doing something a little bit more. This was not it, and it looks as though Spirit might just have the 3-1 to eliminate Percival here in last place of Group C. That will be top 16 for Percival and no further. $100 in the bag. And, a group that I thought he was going to struggle in, but I actually thought the TVT was a pretty open matchup. I actually thought this one was going to be, you know, really had the chance to go either way. But yeah, Spirit just looking a little bit more well-rounded at dares. Uh-oh, tanks are not sieged. Percival will find one more good fight for himself towards the end of this series, as he knocks a few medevacs down as well, and yet it's still a 90 supply lead in this game. Obviously, a lot of that is an army. 50 army supply advantage from Spirit, doubling his opponents. And realistically, he's got those units already bringing themselves across the map, so he knows he is not far from being able to just jump through here and take this out and to absolutely hammer home the points and to succeed. As the TLDRs, the Marines continue to charge on up, pushing on in. Medevac's going to be in trouble as well. And you have Liberators back here once more. This base has to lift off. There's a base landed on the far left side. This base is already in trouble. Spirit did lose all of his Vikings, which is impressive because he had so many of them. So he did end up losing all of those. That's a little bit of a shame, but that's really the only complaint you can really make about how this has been going for Spirit. As the Marines continue through, the tank firing one more time, the couple Liberators still set up. GG, says Percival. Spirit will take the series. So Spirit takes it 3-1, and we'll be heading ourselves over to the Korean server for a Nightmare and Classic best of 5 PvP in the winners match. Then, of course, that leads us into a TVP decided matchup, which will be featuring Spirit, we now know, against one of Nightmare and Classic, whoever does not advance to the round of 8 in this upcoming series. So let's hop on over to Korea. We'll get ready for some PvP, guys. I'm going to take a quick moment break. I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in a few seconds. Just waiting on Nightmare to be ready, guys. He's just asking for a second, but we are in the lobby and are pretty much ready to begin in the near future, so ready to start soon. Just take a couple of moments and we should be off into this. Thank you, of course, for joining us here for the Summer Championship Group D. What's up, Valinoriano, for the 34-month resub. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. If you guys are enjoying the tournament, do not forget that you can support, obviously subscribing, liking, following, donating, etc. You guys know it. I say it all the time. But TLDR, supporting means more StarCraft 2. We run these events from your guys' support. These events are not funded by any way other than you guys just supporting the stream and giving money to the stream. So with that in mind, obviously do consider supporting, because without your support these events don't continue. It is as simple as that. I'm not gonna go on about too much today, but yeah, it is worth knowing. So these events don't happen without you guys being awesome. So if you can afford to, consider supporting a little bit, because everyone supports a little bit, it goes a long way. It adds up. As we do ready ourselves in for this best of 5, then it is Classic, it is Nightmare, it is PvP. It was kind of inevitable. I think we had a PvP today. I do think both these players were favorites. Classic in that top left and Nightmare in that bottom right. I said it, honestly, I could see Nightmare coming through this group and getting first place even, because I do think he can be Classic in a PvP, even if Classic is the more prominent player in the current meta of StarCraft 2. It is, yeah. It is looking good. He's been looking good lately, so yeah, Nightmare's been looking good lately. Honestly, I do think this is kind of a little bit of an up-in-the-air matchup. Let's see what happens, how the day plays out. So we get this PvP underway. Of course, also a matchup where so much can happen, from the proxies and the aggression to so much of the, so much else. Stalker Sentry coming about, a couple of Adepts coming through. We settle in for a few moments here. Just going to see that initial little annoyance coming in. Stalker Sentry on the side of Classic, the double Adept from Nightmare is going to be our starting point right now. So just bringing all of that through as the probe continues to chase the other probe away and out for the moment. So again, a little bit of a pushback on that one. A couple of Stalkers coming about, a couple of Adepts gather up. And we've seen those gathering in as we just have the Cybercore coming through the Twilight Council building. Whole blockage here is actually kind of a big deal. The Cybercore is coming through to be an annoyance on the follow-up as well, so that is going to take a little while. Stalkers continue to take some shots. And yeah, Nightmare just expanded out of position, which is kind of wild for PvP, just to say, you know what, I'm just going to take the out of position expand. Because it's a mirror matchup that's extremely exposed. Obviously, it's going to take some time to get your workers over there, so it's a natural disadvantage as well. But he just saw that this block and said, you know, this is going to go a bit too far. So I'm going to expand instead. And like I say, I'm a little bit surprised to see that. At the same time, maybe Nightmare is just going to send it a little bit. Force Field 2, it looks as though his opponent got the catch, but now he gets a catch himself. Two Adepts actually get away and will be able to shade back too. And Nightmare is still the one who is looking to push forward a little bit at the moment here. So Trying to get in for a little bit of bonus damage. A couple of depths continue to shade up as well. Gonna head toward the main base, but will not get there. On this side of the map, we actually do also have harassment there as well. 2 depths from Classic that will not shade because they get blocked. This is one of the issues as well, is that you can kind of threaten this base, then shade toward the main. You can just be so many places right now. And also, if you just end up here, it's a really awkward position for Nightmare to defend. So it's honestly so rare you see someone expand out of position in PvP that it kind of makes you wonder if Classic's even going to be kind of fully aware of what he might want to try and do to really take advantage of it, you know? Like, I'm sure Classic didn't come into this thing and, oh wow, you're actually going to just expand in the wrong place. I mean, he probably has seen it before. He's played a lot of games, but it's definitely just really not the norm, is what I'm trying to emphasize. So again, we'll see if someone can take advantage or not. Given a little bit of time, the couple of depths will threaten the shade again. We get some shots off there. We trade some blows. And that means that these adepts are in trouble because they just get caught because their depth shade did not finish up and they were getting chased. One more adept coming through. Stalker Immortal Sentry gathering. 2 more Stalkers building. Prism going to be coming out the front and just going to be seeing the units gathering together. Stalkers join up right now. Stalkers will shoot Sentry. Take some damage. Battery taking shots as well. A few Stalkers still taking hits. They blink back away. Blink is going to be about halfway done. So that's going to be Classic's route. Taking that blink. Already got the Immortal coming up as well. Obviously the Robo later from Nightmare, who has the faster blink in place. So you got multiple Immortals from Classic now into blink. We're going to end up on similar comps, just they've kind of gotten there in different ways. One's gone Twilight, then Robo, the other Robo, then Twilight. Stalker's pulling back around the center. 4 gateways building on either side. Uh-oh, Stalker's going to be careful here. They're going to get the Prism, so Classic will lose the War Prism. That's a major loss right off the get-go. Stalker's the Immortal gather back up. 4 probes going down. Prism, new one on the way from Classic, so a bit of a shame because he wanted to push with his Immortal advantage, and now he's not going to have that opening because of the loss of the Prism. He can't really go without it, so you get kind of caught up a little bit. 4 seals coming down. Nightmare will not allow Classic to push in, but like I said, I'm not sure Classic wants to push in. I think he'd be making more of an effort. It's just his Prism isn't here, so he's really going to, wait and rely on that. Knock Pylon down. Still getting the Prism and the Stalker on the way up. A few more probes producing. Stalker Immortal Sentry Force out the front here as we do see additional Stalkers warping in once again. Uh-oh. Blinking through. Prism going to take some damage. Is going to go down. If there's a start of the fight that Classic wants, that would be it, because now there's no micro potential on this Immortal. The Sentry is all in the front as well, in trouble, and now you've got an Immortal advantage in a big way. Robo's producing an Observer as well, but you will lose your Prism, so you're going to lose your reinforcement method and your way to micro your own Immortals, and that was a daring blink from Nightmare, but boy was it needed. As we try and step forward, a lot of move commanding, finally try and target fire down some of these Stalkers. I think Classic has done enough. I think there's enough of a supply lead here for our arguable favorites that he might just be able to close out, but maybe not as this continued through. We actually did see Nightmare pulling off a little bit of a hold, and he's about to get another Immortal. This probably would have been over with the Prism not going down, so that really was. It was a daring blink forward, but it was a necessary blink forward. He probably loses the game if he doesn't make it, and there's a lot of scenarios where you make that blink and it probably just doesn't quite work out, so you lose anyway. But sometimes you have to make the play that might lose, but also at least gives you a chance to win. And that's exactly what this play was when he dove on that Prism. It wasn't obviously going to work out. It was maybe going to be a little bit up in the air. But in this scenario, it was absolutely good enough. And it absolutely worked to kind of keep him in this. Because like I say, with reinforcements, this would not be a competitive game right now. This would absolutely be Classic just overwhelming, which maybe it still is as the reinforcements do arrive. New Prism shows up. Of course, now he's only on Stalkers, no Immortals left. That was the big factor, is at the time, he obviously had himself a bunch of Immortals to work with. Now that's not the case. Now his opponent has the Immortals. Prism going to go down again as we just fly it back through. Control from Nightmare is actually pretty good, whereas the control from Classic has definitely seen some mistakes. Zealot will go down, another Stalker fall, and we turn around again. We go back and forth, charging the Prism coming through. The High Templar will build. Double Archon comes into play. The charge still building up. The Prism about to finish. 2 more gateways coming online as well. Is on the move again. Can you blame him? Dude has continually had the advantage in this game, to be quite honest with you. And he just pushes straight up here. A few real Archons as well, going to be an issue for Nightmare. There's no real good way to deal with that. As we just walk through, going to blink up into the main and just go after the pylon and just hold the high ground. Now you have to run into this main base as Nightmare or blink into it. The Prism is going to actually live. It's going to run to the corner and go in warp-in mode. There's one Stalker warping in that's going to shoot down the Prism. Cancels the entire warp-in of Zealots. My goodness. Classic's warp prisms were not made to stay alive in this game. He's actually losing this fight because of this. Again, can you imagine any of these warp prisms throughout this game survive? Like, the difference it would have made is huge. Both Archons get out alive, which is amazing. Can you imagine the difference it would have made? Because, like, 9 Zealots here, I feel like are unkillable for Nightmare. Like, Classic's prisms just keep putting themselves in trouble. He's lost 4 warp prisms this game, and like I say, every single one has been a significant loss. Actually, a little bit crazy how impactful that has been. Nightmare. Back to the top of the map. Stalkers and Adepts coming over. The Archon there going to be caught, going down. I actually just think it's reckless from Classic. I mean, that Archon as well had no reason to be out on its own, walking across as his opponent shows up. Like, he had ages to get it over to the battery if he wanted to heal it up. As the Enclaves come through, we have the Stalkers and Nightmare still through the center. Stalkers firing away. Getting a couple of shots coming about right now. Extra Stalkers and the Zelda building up as well. Top left, these few Adepts trying to be annoying. We did have Glaives in production, right? So we're going to have Glaives to kind of help us with some harassment and maybe help us with the army composition. Adepts not great, though. With the fact that Archon's already up, I feel like makes the Adepts really not a great choice. Like, it's good against the Zealot warp-ins, but if you just warp in Stalkers here and have a couple of Archons to splash through the Adepts, it feels very difficult to make, you know, justified. The Prism could really have microed this Archon. Would have been huge. Blink forward, get the Prism there. These Adepts should just fall. I mean, they're clumping up. There's still an Archon in reach. The Stalkers are stopping their retreat. Obviously, they're going to threaten the Shade across to the other side, but that's not going anywhere, really. There's no way you're going to finish that up. GG says Nightmare. Classic does take game 1, but man, he really took every chance he could to not actually win this game. Those Prisms were absolutely not protected. Like I say, you take care of your Prism one time during this, and this is not even remotely, you know, close. And, you know, sometimes Prisms get sniped, right? And I think Nightmare made some very good calls to get some of the snipes. Some of the Prism losses were a lot less egregious than the other Prism losses, right? Nightmare was actively going after the Prisms, knowing it was his way to maybe stay in the fights and in the games. So it makes sense that you know, end up losing them. So not all the fault is on Classic. It's just crazy because at this level, you're kind of talking about a level at which, you know, these guys can typically be good enough to stop the prism going down each and every time, right? And that obviously, you know, typically does make an impact as well, so... Alright guys, we're going to go to the loading screen here as we get set up. Throw us in game. Get started up into game number 2. We're going to start on the top right side where we are down a map with the blue Protoss player Nightmare. Might he have to rematch Spirit at the end of this one? As he takes on the red Protoss. Bottom left, it is classic. Where the Zergs at? There's just not a lot of Zergs, and they all just lost in the round of 16, and honestly, pretty close games. I think there's a world where all 3 of our Zergs actually made it out of the round of 16 and into the round of 8. It's just not meant to be, unfortunately. So yeah, we have no Zergs round of 8. I wouldn't even say that Zergs are weak. Obviously, I don't think that's true. I think it's more just the fact that Zerg is the least represented race, is the plain simplicity of it lately. There's just less Zerg players playing, especially online tournaments, than anyone in, you know, Terran or Protoss. Like, we have a lot of Protoss players, we have a good few Terran players. So yeah, Zerg is just the least represented, which means there's obviously more chance for them to just all be eliminated. And the very, very best Zergs also don't play in these events, whereas the very best Terran and Protoss pretty much do. Is also probably a big difference to note as well. You know, when you name the top, well, you name the top 5 Zergs in the world, and you go Sterile, Raynor, Shin, Rogue, Solar, in whatever order you fancy, and 2 of those 5 don't play, and then you name the top 5 Terrans, and it's like, well, you know, Maru and whoever else you pick, but Maru's the only guy who doesn't really play. And then you name the top 5 Protoss players, and all of the Protoss players play in everything. So it's a very different landscape when you talk about the Zerg pro scene and who competes in these online events versus the other races. And Dark. Okay, well, Dark's not active right now. Even if he's laddering, he's not. He can't be counted because he can't play in the tournaments anyway. So completely goes against the point we're making, unfortunately. As much as I'd love to have Dark here. Oh, his military service cannot end soon enough. Give us Dark back, man. Give us our Zergy back. Trap and SOS also only play certain times. Well, Trap just retired. Trap left in January. Trap is so sad. Trap left because of no EWC announcement, I'm pretty sure. Like, he was really good. He was like one of the few pros players that was beating Clem back then as well. Like, him, Hero, Max Pax were the only guys that could challenge Clem. Trap was genuinely extremely good. He just quit because there's no EWC announcement. And then, yeah, SOS is back playing a good amount, actually, as far as I'm aware. SOS is playing, I want to say, almost full-time. Yeah, really sad that Trap just left because, honestly, Trap felt as though he could have been a real contender in any event he entered. I mean, he was one of the first players to win WardiTV Mondays outside of Clem, Max Pax, and co. Sorry, my microphone just got messed up. He even did it before Hero, right? So, like, you know, talking about the competitive Protoss players, Trap was right on up there. Expansion versus expansion, no proxies. No aggression to start off this PvP, which obviously is, yeah, I mean, a little surprising maybe, not necessarily overly surprising, and you don't have to proxy, but we have seen such an aggressive meta build up for this matchup as of late, that actually, yeah, I would say maybe it is surprising to not see anyone proxy, especially now we're into Game 2 of the series. It'd be very weird if this entire series plays out with just no kind of aggression, no one trying to deny the bases and expansions. That'd be kind of wild. Hallucination heads down. Stalkers will be coming up. A couple Stalkers going to fire. Hallucination taking damage. Just going to have those probes finishing up as well. The Blink still very much so on the way in for now. The Stalkers really want to get after that hallucinated Phoenix, so trying to make the most of that. Oh, Blink just going about. Just going to see our Stalkers and the Sentries from Nightmare moving around. Both players going to be on that fairly quick Blink. No Robo first from either player this time around. Stalkers are going to fight. Just going to be seeing the units coming about. Obviously, Classic trying to be the aggressor here. Nightmare trying to defend his base. Classic has a base coming up too. It's not like Classic's been not greedy. Or it's not like Classic is committing to this kind of shot, I suppose. Robo and Forge coming up. Charge already starting. And the charge and +1 coming about. A few Stalkers just lingering here. Take a few moments. Well, the depth's going to show up. They get a probe, but that's about it as well. So really not much found on the aggression. Both players head into that charge, so we're seeing very mirrored kind of compositions that are essentially going to come through. That doesn't mean that the tech should start to look very similar as well. You see the Temple Archives coming down as well. PvP's become so cheesy that no proxy has become the real cheese. Yeah, you know, it's kind of right. Like it's like the proxy, the no proxy is genuinely more surprising than the lack of than a proxy at this point. And as well, Classic and Nightmare have been aggressive players too. Like these are also guys that throw structures down on the map, that throw aggression at their opponents without a second thought. You know, so it's not like it's the players that are keeping us away from this or anything. Stalkers gathering, moving down a little bit. No one's really going to commit to anything still just yet, so everyone just sat back chilling. Stalkers, Zealots, and Sentries gathering themselves up. And yeah, Temple Archives coming through. The charge very much so still on its way in. And Stalkers made Debs gather about. A few extra Zealots just coming through. More shots coming about there. As you see the +2 attack on the way in from Classic. Gates building, Zealots building. Sorry, I missed the probes going down on the other side. So actually, Nightmare gets in for 7 workers. Yeah, Prism in the back, a bunch of Zealots get some probes, and they actually get 4 Zealots out alive as well, so Nightmare will be able to sit with those in the corner. It's not terrible for Classic. I mean, we're at a point where we're stable enough to rebuild a few workers here and there. It's obviously still a good play so far. Stalker Archon. Moving back and forth, the army of Classic beginning to make a little bit of a step across as well. Hallucination going down. I don't know if Classic can really find a fight here, though, if I'm going to be honest with you. I see those Zealots charging forward. Shots coming through already. Get back around to the right as we look for the attack on in. Star's going to charge. Stalker's going to be there. A couple of Archons are firing away. Zealot's dealing some damage. The Archon's firing through. The rest of the Zealots showing up as well. Prism trying to figure out what it would like to do. I mean, Classic obviously committing into this. The +2 attack is his advantage for sure. Prism far enough back, it's not getting sniped in this game. There's also a difference in army. There's a lot of Stalkers on the side of Nightmare, but also there's a lot of Archons from Nightmare, and they are helping a lot, especially now as Classic has not microed any of his Archons. So he's losing those, and the Immortal going down as well. Another nice bit of target fire. Honestly, I feel like Nightmare is getting the better end of this trade in terms of how the engagement goes and how they micro. And I think a lot of it is just that Classic's being so protective of his War Prism that there hasn't really been any micro. And there's the blink in for the Prism to go down, as is really just kind of, you know, part of the series at this point. Classic loses out on the attack. Honestly, he's not behind though, right? 6 workers behind is whatever. Army supplies are still fine. He's still up the upgrade. He's going to start +3. Like, he's okay for now. Alright, continue to gather back over. I might look to counterattack. So he's obviously going to be an elite. That was a defense, and like I say, he did do a good job of knocking down, especially the tech units of his opponent. Classic ran out of Mauls and Archons. On the right side, the few Stalkers poke about. A couple Zealots going to gather together again. +3 attack, +2 attack coming in. Just going to be seen as Zealot Stalker Archon force gathering through. A few additional Zealots warping in. We have the army coming down to the south. A few Zealots will charge. And we're going to take this fight. Now Classic can play defensively. See what he can get done for himself here, as I'm not sure what is going to happen. It's just going to be seen. There's a lot of Zealots from Nightmare, and that might just be good enough. He's still down the upgrade, but that doesn't seem to be mattering at the moment. He just has too much, apparently. Doubling the army supply here and breaking through to tie this series 1-1. Nightmare just keeps on chasing. The Zealot count is not going down. Now those probes are in trouble, and Classic has to say GG. GG. Alrighty, well, that's going to be that, and we get ourselves ready for game number 3, with our third map being Tokamak. Right, sorry, give me a second. Nightmare has improved slightly. He's been really good this week. Like, these last couple of weeks, it's actually kind of wild how good he's been. Put this lobby link down and we'll get everyone in. And we will start up. What's up, Phalanx? Thank you so much for the 41-month resub as well. Appreciate the support. Look at us, guys. 643 subs. We are actually not so far off 700. Maybe during the playoffs, we might actually have a chance of making it. Maybe. I mean, that may not be too crazy of a concept or possibility. Just kind of wild. Alright. We'll see. For now, though, I'm going to get back into this, and we are going to go into Tokamak. Let's go to the loading screen. In the bottom left, unable to make the attack work in the last game. It's Classic, allowing Nightmare to get us tied up 1-1. Unstoppable Pork, thank you so much for the 34-month resub as well. Thank you for supporting the WardiTV Summer Championship, part of the WardiTV 2025 series as well. Players can qualify to our end-of-year championship with a good placement in this tournament. couple of simulators just continue up then for a moment or two. We get settled down. And I will send his probe to go and see what's up. Will we start to see some aggression so far? Does not really see just yet. Instead, we go on both sides of the map. The Nexus is coming through for a few moments. We get settled in. See where we can go. Couple of depths going to build. The warp gate coming up. I'm going to drop down here from Nightmare in the center. And there it is. Finally, our first proxy of this series. It's finally going to happen. So, be able to get that on the go and get this all started off. Obviously, Classic has just thrown the expansion down, so he has not seen what's up, but he obviously does see the main base, so he might be able to recognize the lack of a pylon or so. There might be some info there he's able to gain. All the depths is going to come about and shade through, threaten initially. We'll see if you can put some pressure on the map and keep your opponent pinned back. That's always going to be seen as a major positive as well. So we try to do that as the Sentry and the Stalk will continue to gather up. Go from that Sentry and gathering straight on in against Stargate is going to get started. But will it be in time? We already have the first Immortal on its way after the Prism's already been made. So we already have that settling. Another gateway on the high ground. Finishing soon. Prism drops into the main base here. It's going after a few pros. 5 workers already significant, but if we lose the Prism, we just turned it around, lose it. Losing the Prism takes a lot of the power out of this because now you don't have the Prism to keep on microing. However, can the sentries on the low ground just force fill these units away? I mean, yes, they can. And that means that there's no way down here just yet. One battery fell, now the Immortal shows up. The Phoenix comes out of the Stargate, that's great, but we really need to be able to get to the low ground before this defense really begins. All that battery energy drained already. The Phoenix lift is important. It can take the Immortal out of the fight, and that could be an absolutely huge factor, so definitely one thing to watch for. Exactly like this, and now that Immortal can't micro back, we're just going to kill it. Full focus with the Stalkers from Classic. He's going to start losing a lot here because he's fighting so far forward, continues to fight. I mean, to be fair, the battery back over here doesn't exactly have much energy. The Stargate's inactive, so no additional Stargate unit coming to help. That attack in the main base from Nightmare at first has actually done a bit of work, and it's actually slowed Classic down a lot. Put him into a little bit of a trickier spot than he would have liked to have been in, for sure. Gonna take this fight, a few shots coming through. The Immortal is going to go down. No, yes, maybe. The Stalker trying to chase it is not going to get there, and that might just be good enough for Nightmare to knock this through into his favor. The Immortal does fall in the end. Classic trying to hang on in there. Two more depths will shade. Trying to get to the high ground. Another Stalker warping in. These just get added on. We do see a load up into the Warp Prism. Remember, the Classic is up a base, so it's still on Nightmare to close this game out. If he doesn't shut this game out and finish this off, then we are in trouble. Just to drop a recall back into his main to deal with the Adepts, which is such a frustration. Annoying for Classic, but yeah. I'm just going to find the Prism here. No Stalkers nearby to protect it. The Phoenix might get the kill. And the Prism going down. Man, this is a series of just losing Prisms. It was Classic's turn before. Now it's Nightmare's turn. And now we lift up that Immortal. It takes a ton of damage. It will go down here before it can get away. The barrier does pop just at the end, so we're saved for the moment. And then it goes down anyway. Steps into the mineral line once more. Also, again, just looking for some of that damage here. Finally getting rid of those Adepts. Do we have enough still from Nightmare? Do you feel as though this is starting to look a whole lot better for Classic? Things definitely getting a lot more comfortable for him in these last few moments. New Immortal's always nice, but it's going to get targeted pretty quickly again, because you don't have the Prism, you can't micro it to safety. The Stalkers do a lot of damage during this, but is it enough? That one Zealot in the front from Classic will tank a good amount. And for now, Nightmare is running, and of course, running away when you're the one baser is really not ideal. We warp in Adept, so again, looking more toward the idea of harassing and running through. The problem is now you see a Prism on the way up. That means no Immortal on the way. So Stalker just gathers up the Robo Facility building. Get that Immortal finally on the way through again. How many Immortals do we lose this game? 4? The Adepts go a couple kills. For some reason I can't hit Shift L. Yeah, we lost 4 Immortals this game, so that's a pretty serious number going down this far. The Adepts being an annoyance. This lost mine time gives Nightmare a chance, right? It means that Classic's not mining as much of an advantage as he should be. Probes coming out, the Pylon coming in. We'll see a couple of sentries warping in off the Prism. The Stalker getting added on too. We do have our army of Classic heading out that right-hand side. Oh, the elevator into the main could be cool. Classic recalls into the main base. Gets the lift on the Immortal, which is huge. That Phoenix coming into play just on time. Doesn't go down before the Immortal is dead, so the Prism can't make a lift up save. There's going to be the warp, but we're trying to right click on the Prism. Classic, stop, stop, stop! You're not in reach. That essentially became a major move command because we're trying to click on the Prism. The A click that became a move command. Oh yeah, trying to get the Prism again. Obviously, you want to get it, but you can't afford to give up too many units. Going for it, not getting it. Finally, we get it. A couple units are still going to be stuck here. High ground vision will then be lost. They'll go for one more shot, which results in one more Stalker death. Oh my god, this series honestly is just kind of chaotic. Somehow, Classic is still not significantly ahead after all this. Nightmare's trades have been, wow, resource loss is even. Obviously, Classic has like a 7-worker lead. He has a natural, which is fully saturating because the main base is mining out, and that's going to be an issue soon as well from Nightmare. Because that soon his economy is not going to be very good because the main will be losing mineral patches. Yeah, he's actually trying to get to the low ground to mine from the low ground long distance, but he can't because he walled himself in as well. And this really is a game of it's just hilariously like stuck in this phase of like each player keeps making an okay enough move to take enough of an advantage to kind of get back in it or to stand in the game and to take that lead. It's funny. Stalker's pushing in, Stalker taking some shots. And we will see Nightmare finally just says GG. This time he does not have enough to save himself. Classic gets the win. Both games Classic has won have felt 3 times as difficult as they ever needed to be. Because it feels like he won these games and then they became way more difficult for him to ever win than, like I say, they maybe should have ever been. Just some crazy stuff. Incorporeal map 4 coming up. Kind of wild. Kind of wild. This really should have been so much simpler. But, I mean, that's also credit to Nightmare, who found himself ways back in after the initial defense was made anyways, so Nightmare also found himself back in, ways to get back into it and everything. There's a major aid as well. We have game number 4 ready to go. If Nightmare's ready, we are ready. We'll get straight to the action. Incorporeal coming online. Top left-hand side, fighting to stay alive in this winner's match will be... Yeah, sorry, top left-hand side, I had the things the wrong way around. Top left-hand side, this player who is fighting to take one more map and move into the playoffs. It's classic. Fighting to not drop to the decider matchup is Nightmare here. Win would take us to game 5 instead, of course. Can be seen the chrono boost coming down. Probe onto the map, it's Nightmare to scout or proxy once again here, so he will set up for that initially. Probe pulling back through, second gateway, Cybercore coming up, Proby of Classic heading down the bottom side. And Probe's getting nibbles off for a few moments here. Again, the gateway finishing up, Cybercore's building. Remember, drawing the quarterfinals as soon as this group ends. We'll draw the quarterfinals. Probe chasing the probe, Wolf Gate's coming up. And we've seen the Sentry and the Stalker nibbling away at Nightmare's pylon for a few moments, so we get that settling down. Downward full, little energy recharge on the Sentry. Probe pulling back up to the top as well, get that in position. Well, a couple sentries just going through from the gateways. In the end, everything is looking standard here. I'm going to go back to the Robo here from Classics, a bit more akin to what we saw in the first game. So he'll have the Immortals coming up initially. Very strong army composition that just won't have the same amount of poking potential at first. But once you get onto the map, that army is extremely powerful. So right now, Classic on the map with these few units is going to grab himself a free Stalker that was just out on the map, kind of adventuring around. Unfortunately for Nightmare, that gets punished more so than you might have expected. A little bit of a shame. And now again, bullied a little bit over here as well. The Sentry's not going to be much to fight against. There's dropped some force fields down, but the force field in return is actually very good. Catches 2 Sentries on the low ground. They will go down. The probes are now stuck down here as well. We do have another force field available from Classic. Two Stalkers warped in on the low ground, though. We're going to drop. Oh, another great force field. He gets the kill before the battery finishes. 7 probes just went down, and Classic is going to dominate the early game, as Nightmare may just be heading to the rematch against Spirit here, because that was a fantastic first few moments, and Classic takes a worker lead and a massive army lead. That was absolutely huge. That was absolutely huge plays by Classic. Man, just got that first Stalker, and it really snowballed from there. Great force field placement, getting the catch on the ramp. Again, caught 2 sentries there, which was the perfect number because you could 100% capitalize on it. Yeah, it was just very well done altogether. Not much else to add beyond that. Sorry, we just got more kills as well. 5 more pros going down as the Adepts get busy. Oh no, Nightmare. This has just gone from what was already a nightmare to even more of one, and naming yourself after it ain't going to help you save you from it this time. Blink halfway done. Next is on the third base from Classic as Nightmare. It's wild because this shouldn't really be possible playing in, Robo first versus Blink. But it is possible because Nightmare is that far behind now. So yeah. That's this final game might be the least interesting of them all, because that has just been so much damage done already. And we might just already kind of decide here in terms of where things are going and what is happening. Units gather up. We take a few moments. We're having the blink on the way in. Again, the prism on the way through as well. We'll just have ourselves the Forge of the Twilight Council building. Stalkers and company hanging around toward the front, as we do see the rest of the army gathering up as well. Forge finishing soon, the extra probes coming up. Oh, a 2-base Nightmare. And Classic's just going to go into Glaives, who I think Classic's point of view right now is just like, well, how are you going to stop me from just making way more stuff than you and winning the game? And it's an extremely good question, because I don't know if there's actually an answer to that right now from Nightmare's position. I don't know if he does have a way to stop that from happening, plain and simple. So I think this is genuinely going to look kind of troubling here as the army comes up through the left. To the top we go, a few Stalkers getting warped in there. Look to go back and forth. Resonating Glaives halfway complete. Adepts are going to set up to try and step through as well, and we are going to be seeing the pylon taking damage again. Immortal. Going to get healed a little bit. The Prism of Classic is trying to stay in there. The battery doing a lot of work. This is more than enough. His 2 Immortals have been firing the whole time. There's no Prism in range to save the Immortal of Nightmare. And that is going to just do it. I mean, obviously no Glaives even finishing. We didn't even matter. The only thing here is obviously no Blink for Classic to go chasing this down, but he just doesn't need to either. He can just wait, get the Glaives finished, get everything built up at that point, and then just go, and look to close this out. As, yeah, hard to say anything but great job by Classic. I mean, really took advantage early, has defended the counter, and now is in position to take Game 4 and to win out in this round of 16 group. Advance straight into the playoffs. We'll be seeing him potentially even playing from tomorrow. Very exciting stuff. Another recall there on the Nexus. Bringing a few units back. Stalkers warp in. Prism overhead. Immortal's going to be there, and a bunch of Stalkers taking a bunch of damage. Steps going down. We pull back over the left-hand side. Prism going to go down. And there is... He's in trouble. I mean, the only reason he's still alive is because there's no Blink from Classic, and that's purely based on choice. He chose to go for the Glaive Adepts. I mean, he actually does get a bit of a catch here now, but you can still escape this as Nightman, like I say. That's the only thing that's really somewhat keeping him in this. Classic takes it 3-1. Classic into the round of 8, joining Hero Zaun, Clem, Bjorn, Maxpax, and Kua. Alright, it is time to go into our final matchup of this group, which is going to feature Spirit and Nightmare, the rematch. Had a lot of rematches. 3 out of 4 groups went to the rematch on the final match of the day. So it's going to be Spirit, Nightmare going at it for round 2. Nightmare 2-1 earlier, and Spirit fight back this time. We'll find out shortly. I'll be a couple minutes, guys. I'll come back soon. I'll see you guys in just a few. BRB. Alrighty, guys. It is time for PvT in the final series of the day. One player joins us in the round of 8. The other will leave a top 12 of the Summer Championship. Who will take down what? As we have ourselves in the top left-hand corner. Starting off with the Terran from Europe. It is going to be Spirit. Battling against the Blue Protoss on the bottom right-hand side. Nightmare. In one of this BO5 earlier today, Nightmare was not 100% secure in this matchup. Like I say, he lost that one game against Spirit. And honestly, game 3 was not overly convincing either, so I do think we've got quite a... I think we've got a bit of competition in this. Now, I don't know if Nightmare's going to find a way to step it up now that it's the... You know, the Ace series, right? It's the final series of the day. It's do or die. Interesting to see if there is something kind of there as Spirit sets himself up and will look to show us what he can do over the next little while as well. Instead of just building, so bringing that straight up. On the high ground as well, so very safe from Spirit. That's so funny. Go command center first high ground is really... I mean, as a builder, I don't know if I've ever seen a high ground CC first. So you want to go fast command center, but you're so afraid of what your opponent can do, you're not going to build it low ground. I mean, fascinating. Usually you can just go CC first on the low ground no matter what, because the CC will finish before aggression arrives, so it never gets delayed, right? And if it never gets delayed, then that's fine. If you have to lift it up and float it away, fine, whatever. So, like I say, interesting to build this on the high ground here. So we are going to see the barracks building at the front. The SCV and probe will go at it for a few moments, and that will be our... yeah, that will be our next few moments. Unless the pros makes it out first. If they go out first, can they hit the CC in time? The CC finishes at 210. Surely there's no... maybe. They just blind Walker Zelda across the map. I feel like it would still be tough, no? Bunker about to finish up. The Adept is going to go shading about, heading up to the top at the moment. Moving around there, the Twilight Council coming through as well. It's just getting all of that online. The Gateway building, probes added on also. There's the SCV. Will be in a little bit of trouble. That's going to go down just like that. That will just hit the depot. A few more shots coming through. Trying to threaten the shade and just being annoying in general, so... Bunk on the low ground still good if the Marines never get in it or the Adept gets past it. There's going to be a Hellion on the way, something a bit more mobile. And obviously the Hellion timing is going to give you the moment at which you can then put the CC to the low ground as well. So that's what we're going to start putting into position right here. That's exactly what we go for. Now an extra Stalker is about to show up. We got one Marine in the bunker, and the other Marines might be able to get in there too. The depots did not lower in time to stop the Adept, which does come into the main base. Now the Hellion here to try and help with this. Micro so far from Nightmare does not find the same SCV twice until just now. That's the first time we're going to see some damage being done. Took a little bit of effort, but we finally got there. Like I say, not ideal though. I'm pulling back. We'll start to get out onto the map instead. The few Stalkers gathering as the blink comes in. It is going to be Cloaked Banshees here from Spirits, so he will get the Banshees on the way up. Look to get those into play, look to get that action added in for us in the upcoming moments. Cloaking coming along, about halfway done currently. Banshee tank still coming through. Marine continues to produce just for now. It's just getting that Marine out. These Stalkers gathered together. LCC will build. Just going to have ourselves the Stalkers gathering. Nightmare looking for that chance to break into this base. See what he can do. So far, just going to poke out that bunker and get turned around. There's double bunker there, so that's very safe. The setup here is pretty good as well. Nothing's really exposed. The tank is walled off by the structures. Nightmare is correctly identifying the best way for him to do anything here is to likely just go the long way around, and that's exactly what he will do. Okay, give up on these Stalkers a little bit, bring the Prism back, but the Prism does get through there in the end. A little bit more damage being dealt. Just going to see the starport up in the skies, ready to swap on over and move to the edges. Vanish on the other side just gets caught and killed, so that will not go anywhere either. Cancelled the cloak in the end, and Prism coming back through. Sorry guys, bad observing. Ellie came to nudge me and ask for some attention. Just when things kicked off a little bit. all of a sudden there. Well, Prism's still hanging around. The Stalker is still setting up. Stim Combat and +1 all building through. Again, the reactor finishing very shortly on this starport will give us access to the medevacs. And for now, we're still following this Prism about as it tries to get in for a little bit more action as well. Although not really too much to see or say just yet. Isn't coming back through. And will be kind of still just the, the exciting part of what's going on in this map. This Prism lingering about, trying to see some opportunities, trying to find some chances to make some action happen. Impact Combat and +1 all still on the way. The Stalker and the Zealot will move up through the center of the map as well. And the rest of these units gathering up, so Nightmare feeling as though his opportunity to attack may not be too far away right now. Still trying to lead the charge in with the Prism, though. Nothing surprising there. And still. Up the Storm through, and a few SCVs going down right off the bat, so we do get some damage dealt. So we've seen the Prism loading back up. 4 SCVs, so nothing too crazy. Just for now. Still got the armor, the concussive shells, all building through. For the moment, as the Ghosts build. The 1-1 upgrades coming up from Nightmare. We do have a Zealot Stalker in the center of the map here from Nightmare as well. Also settling to make plays perhaps in the near future. Next is building. 1-1 coming about. The Zealot's going to go charge up to that high ground. Bio going to get surrounded. The Prism goes down pretty quickly. Is that good enough for Spirit to find a defense here? He needs to find a way against these Zealots. He's got one drop across the map. Was that, yeah, just the one medevac of Marines? To the other side. He's also got the upgrade lead 1-1 to 0-0 right now. The scary part of this was how many Zealots there were. This is a very low-tech army outside of the Zealot count. So if you just kind of get through the Zealots, everything else, well, that is the army, right? And, Zealots are manageable if they don't overwhelm, and that's very much so the case. Looks like this medevac here has had a little bit of an engagement with Storm, although this High Templar doesn't realize it in time to storm them to death. That is a defense from Spirit. The 1-1 obviously helping there as well. 1-1 moments away from Nightmare now. Obviously that was, being a good 30 seconds later than when he decided to take the fight, but still chose to fight with the upgrade disadvantage. He was the one that committed in then. And Spirit finds the defense and is able to keep himself alive and kicking here in this opening game of our decider match. The Zealots there go down, just outnumbered, and obviously Zealots need to be outnumbering if they want to be good. That's how Zealots work. They swarm, they look like, they get a wrap around. They're just miserable to deal with because there's so much HP on them, and for that to really be a factor, you need there to be a lot of them as well. So, things to watch for. As Nightmare struggles 30 supply down in this game, number 1. Spirit looking to be the 4th Terran against the 4 Protoss in the playoff bracket, whereas Nightmare looks to be Protoss number 5. Trying to get through there with some of those Protoss units, but not finding it. 2-2 upgrade start for him, as it did for Spirit. Nightmare should have 2-2 sooner than Spirit. Spirit took a while to start, so despite his lead on the 1-1, especially with Chrono Boost, Nightmare should be finding the next wave of upgrades coming to his aid sooner than it comes to Spirit's. Again, 2-2 in the extended thermal lens coming about for now. He's going to unload. The battery already in trouble here. The Nexus taking some shots as well. So the attempt at a base in the bottom left just gets denied. That's a cancel. Trying to get a sneaky 5th base up. Not going to be allowed just yet, as Spirit will have Ghosts gathering into this army and pushing down the right side. Obviously, the 4th base will be one of his next targets along in this game. Moving across to base 4. Spirit gets his own next command center ready, so keeping the expansions going. As Nightmare hangs on in there, extended thermal lance coming through with the Colossus. They're going to be seeing some additional tech available for Nightmare in the near future fights. It's never a bad thing, have more tech options. More ways to deal splash damage is generally a good thing. Army coming around that bottom side. Prism heading to the front, heading to the center. +1 ship weapons coming online. The T2 upgrades are coming online as well. Medevacs boost back over to the left. Bio gathering. Medevacs overhead. The Vikings there as well. Startstalker Colossus all coming through. +2 armor about to finish. The +3 attack is coming online. We just need the bio back around that upper right-hand side for now. 3 upgrades straight up from Nightmare. Look at the advantage he's taking on the upgrades, by the way. Significant lead just with a few chrono boosts. Especially that, you know, considering Spirit was once the leader of the upgrades in this game. Makes a big impact as the bio will get there. This Nexus goes down. Denying bases, but yet to take a good army fight recently, and that does give you a chance to recover and recuperate here basically as Nightmare. That is what we've been seeing from him. Nothing happening untoward toward him for a while has given him the chance to step back up and is now maxed out on supply. But if you kept to 4 bases, that will give you something of a pathway in this game, as that is a load up that's going to fly right into, well, the High Templar and a bunch of Stalkers. That said, the target fire was not there. We EMP the High Templar a little late. It will go down. We will start to work through the production, and that's going to give you maybe the chance to do something else, although the army on the right side gets denied, the army on the left getting denied. SCVs on the other side of the map going down. It feels like it's all about Nightmare, although as the drop in the main base, I guess that is Spirit's main play still. He will get rid of the main Nexus. He's loading up. He's taking a long time to boost away. Loses a medevac unnecessarily. He could have been long gone as he just took a moment. SCV's trying to repair the bunker to save us from this final Zealot. Both players taking heavy hits. SCV's going down en masse for Spirit, unfortunately, whereas Nightmare lost a few SCVs. He lost a bit of army, bit of production as well. I feel like Nightmare recovers a little bit more easily from this. Let's see what is next in general. On the left, couple of Zealots are still chasing down those bio units. Those bio units still getting pushed away. Now the bio will be able to get rid of the Nexus as well. Take that out. Three upgrades on the way through. Just going to be seeing the +3 attack finishing from Spirit. Honestly, those can't come soon enough. Fighting right now down on upgrades feels so bad against this Protoss army. You would really like to avoid that if at all possible. Criminal Nexus building. Command Center's Fusion Core and the Vikings building as well. See our army gathering up into the upper left-hand side. Big push out up towards the top. The Viking Bioforce moving along as well. A couple of Marines are going to stim over. And +3 armor coming about. Neo Steel Plating building. +2 ship weapons. Army still just charging forward. A couple of command centers begin to go down. Some damage being done. That bunker will fall as well. The Zealots continue to chase through. SCV is going to be in trouble next. The High Templar unload, and Spirit needs to kill this army off. He's chasing it. The Vikings can't get too far ahead because the Stalkers will just take freebie hits and get rid of those before they even get to touch the Colossus, and that cannot happen. You can't let that come to light here, basically, so need to try and avoid that from being the scenario. $19 dead SCVs. Spirit's lost a lot of workers now this game. 52 have gone down. He's constantly the one taking hits as well. He loses track of this Protoss. He steps way too far to the left. And Nightmare just walks up, kills a base, and backs up free. So that's going to be an easy pick from Nightmare there. No problem at all. 2 Nexus building from him as he just takes control. You know, advantage of the fact he's on the map. Well, it's a good EMP. The Viking count is good enough to get rid of those Colossus. So that is going to be a win. Horrible Storm as well. Going to storm more of his own Zealots than he does the bio units. The Vikings have landed. The High Templar taking damage. Another Storm coming through. We step up. A couple Stalkers going down as well. A couple of Ghosts coming. +3 armor. coming through. Oh, that's a nice storm as well. Nightmare lost a lot. Spirit lost a lot. Nightmare just has more rebuild potential because he's not been taking bases. You know, he's been kind of keeping alive the bases which he's got. Nightmare is just owning the map. It's the problem that Terrans run into so much in this matchup at the moment that if the pros take map control, they just mass expand. Planetary firing, Zealot's taking damage. CC gonna land in over on that left-hand side. We've seen a couple of units still joining up. Like I say, Nightmare had a bunch of money in the bank. He spent that now. Down on workers, by the way, so he has the bases, but he doesn't actually have that much economy, to be fair. So maybe that's worth knowing as well, funnily enough. And this game stays a little bit wild right here. Medevac going to go around the left side once more. Away it goes. Marines jump through, just going to be seeing the nuke going to launch. Oh, that's a fun addition. Spirit's still in this game, man. He's very much still in this game. Gonna get a few pros in the nuke. Oh, they got away. Pro's gonna land a moment sooner. Storming on the Ghost, which is just cloaked up and chasing down High Templar as well, bullying its way through. Love it. Yeah, Spirit's very much so still in this game. Replaces a 4th base. Secures his army. Like, Nightmare really just gave up so much, and his army right now is not highly teched. It's super Zealot Stalker heavy. 8 High Templar are the real kind of core of that army that's really going to, you know, gather it together and draw it all in if there is going to be anything. So keep our eyes on that as the Viking Marauder Ghost still coming through. The Prism is on the way. Stalkers will push. Depot's going down. The Ghost Academy will fall. Also, it's going to knock that down. Going to run straight into the natural. Bottom left side of Nexus went down for Nightmare, but obviously his bases are way more expendable because he has more of them than what Spirit is able to give up. Stalker's going to get there. The couple of Vikings get turned around once more. I mean, Spirit's just struggling to gather the army up well enough to kind of make anything happen now. Supply block the Spirit. Ghost will go down. Marine goes down. We'll just grab that Marauder. It's going to be seeing the Marine Marauder coming up. Just going to be having ourselves the Prism coming in. I'm just going to close this out as he fights through, and that is going to be good for the GGs. And Nightmare is going to take game number 1, and a game that Spirit was definitely in a solid position in at points. Couldn't really ever close it out, and ends up facing the Wrath of Protoss, as we so often see. Ultra Love going to be map 2. Got that hosted and ready to go into this next game. Yeah, just a tough one, I think, is what it comes down to. Right, a position where Spirit, again, definitely looks good early. Nightmare took some really bad fights during this game as well. I think there was a lot of moments in this game where Nightmare took fights that really threw away like a ton of units. And even then, Spirit couldn't find the capitalization to make something out of it. We'll take a moment or two, Spirit taking a second. And we'll get back on track with this series. Go gets called. Let's kick it off. this underway. So go to Ultra Love. On the top right hand side, taking the 1-0 lead is going to be Nightmare, our blue Protoss player. Of course, Spirit is our blue Terran in the bottom left hand side. Game number 2. Can Spirit maneuver himself into a good position again, or is he going to have some troubles? Questions we ask ourselves here. Probe shows up early. Obviously can be used to be an annoying little jump onto the SCVs there, get some damage done. And yeah, work in some damage and so for the moment. Just going to get that on the go. So far, so good. Obviously, just probe. Also, just seeing that the barracks is here already gives you a good scout. So you're aware of what's up. You know what's going on. That is good information to play with early on. The factory and the command center just both coming up. We do have the adept in the warp gate building as well. The Nexus coming through. Well, shots right there. Probe coming back over again. Factory about to finish. Command center finishing very shortly as well. So we continue in with that at the moment. The order line coming in. A couple of Marines building as well. That probe returns home from scouting. On the map now, we've got the adepts. That will try and cause a little bit of pesky trouble, if possible. Otherwise, just move about to see what it can do. Yeah, robot facility very much on the way. The warp gate being added on as well. The adept continues to shade up. Just having ourselves the other adept continuing by. So we're going to have our blink building, warp gate building. Robotics facility not far from being done either. So just continue to bring that onto or into play here. The adept will be there for the moment. Have a couple of simulators coming through, so we'll get that set up. We just have ourselves the observer moving down, having the siege tank and a couple of Marines coming up as well. Continue to get going. Why did it go from a best of 1 to a best of 5? This was always a best of 5. If it said best of 1 on the screen, I just didn't set it up correctly in the last game. Just missed it. Or I fat-fingered something and set it back to best of 1 after I set it up originally, perhaps. So also a possibility. Scan that prism up to give the Blink Stalker some chance to be on the map. 4 gates again from Nightmare. He did this build early and then never got that aggressive with the Stalkers, and I was really left wondering what the kind of plan from him became. Stalker building, Temple Archives coming through. Couple of probes coming up. The Engineering Bay will finish shortly. And yeah, Temple Archives charge. Just a little bit of everything going by. So no surprises really for Nightmare. Apart from the fact that again he goes 4 gates and just doesn't use the Blink Stalkers at all. He does nothing here. So no pressure. Let Spirit set up. Just the Prism, which is what he did last time as well. Just the 4 Stalkers and the Prism. Completely lackluster for 4 gate. Like, why build the 4th gateway then? What I don't understand. I just don't understand what he feels like he's going to find with that 4th gateway, that he couldn't have just put that money into something else, like a slightly faster 3rd base, or what, you know. Extra gates coming up. Storm charge on the way. If Spirit wants to go soon, now would be kind of the time to do that. He does have a 3rd CC building, so any sort of push here is not looking to end the game. He is looking to have a follow-up, but like I said, there are options for him in that in terms of how it goes. So just again, a couple of things to think on. A little bit of the Terran force looking to push out here. Green tank and join it with those medevacs pulling over to the side. Again, command center coming through. Viking Marine Marauder, combat shield and concussor shells all being added in as we speak. A lot of that coming through for the moment. So you get settled down. Well, here comes this push from Spirit. It's just Bio following it, no SCVs or anything. Medevac trying to drop the Widow Mine over here is not seeing too much success, unfortunately, just yet. Uh-oh. We actually had a Storm jump on this, over on this main side. Struggled to get my mouse there in time, and that is just a shutdown from Nightmare. Forces his opponent to go right back the other way. Archon gathering back together, just going to be pulling to the south here currently. Stalker Archon gathers the Prism. Unloads a High Templar, feedback onto the medevac. Range is nibbling at that pylon. A little bit of damage being done. Stalker's getting some shots off. Clearing house a little bit. Holy units in production from the Spirit. The production tab of Nightmare empty for the moment. Nightmare coming across. Stalker Archon, the Zealots gathering. We get ready to push down in between the natural and the 3rd here. Couple forges coming through, the Robobait coming up, and Nexus halfway done as well. 4 bases across the board from Nightmare. Army still standing strong, a few Marines splitting apart either side. Spy is very similar right now. Nightmare does not take that big work lead in this matchup. He's very slow to expand in general, right? I mean, this game he started off on a slower 3rd because of the 4 gates and stuff, but very slow to get up to base 4 as well. Just going to start working into those Colossus very early too, you could argue. The Bioforce pushes up into this 3rd. It's the EMP on the 1 High Templar that's there, and this base is dead. Nightmare's across the map, so he's just not in position at all High Templar showing up to try and storm the, a defense together. And storms will do a lot as the High Templars continue through. This High Templar gets a storm right on the edge. The only issue that I see for Spirit is obviously how do you get out of here? There's an army that's coming in from the other side. He's going to drop some units across. He's going to get intercepted on these other medevacs. They're going to have to turn around, but he's not paying attention. He's going to lose one. He's going to lose two. Both of them had units inside. The drop onto the natural is not going to go well either. You got a third base, but it's going to cost you pretty much your entire army. Was that worth it? Answer, no. It really probably wasn't. Let's see the couple Stalkers going. The Viking taking damage. Zealots joining. We have the 1-1 upgrades going through. The armor upgrade on the engineering bay. Two Medivacs, Tank, Marine Marauder, Ghost, all coming up. Just see the Stalker Zealot Archon gathering in the center. We get a blink onto the Medivac, taking that down as well. A couple of these Vikings get shot down also. It's just going to be having a little bit of a pick off there. And a couple Nexus coming through, the Colossus building, the Ghost, Marine, Marauder, Viking building as well. Nightmare coming out down to the bottom left-hand side here. So an army looking for a push into this Force of Spirit. I mean, defensively setting up, tank sieging, there are EMPs available. They need a bunch of EMPs at first. The High Templar are hiding in the prisms, so they're not in danger just yet, but it's only 2 High Templar, so it's not a lot of storms. Spirit's in behind these rocks, trying to make use of the defensive positioning here. Opens up one set of rocks, gives you the chance to come in from the other side with a few Zealots, maybe just take a tank shot or so, a little bit of a distraction, or just run the mineral line. That can work too. Now we're going to try and get across to this base as the rotation from Nightmare is speedy. Spirit is going to get there just about in time to keep it away. Gets a Viking or two though, catching them between the bases, and that means that as the Colossus begin to show up, they're going to be a bit more threatening because we've been getting rid of the Vikings already. So there is a victory to be seen on that one. Upgrades build, an extended thermal lance coming out. 13 SCVs went down already. We're going to be seeing those Zealots be in the front line. The Colossus takes a lot of shots. There's only one Viking left to go after it. Finally, the High Templar make their arrival. There's no EMPs left, so the High Templar can wait to pick and choose the perfect storm moment. But Nightmare did not have a great start to this push. I do not love the blink in that moment either. That's a lot of bio, and to me, the only thing that's scary for the Spirit are storms. There was 1 or 2 left, but that was about it. I mean, now another 2 Colossus show up makes this a very different scenario. And maybe we do just own this low ground strongly enough just to hang out there. Can Spirit fight this army as Nightmare runs up the high ground bunker going down? The medevac's coming through. 1 medevac. Just going to be game called as Nightmare takes the second map of this best of 5. And we are a map away from Nightmare advancing to the round of 8. Alright guys, we will go into game number 3 here in a few moments. Get that ready to go on ley lines, get that set up, get this ready to kick off. Oh, wrong server. Alright guys, so we have Spirit to join us and we are good to go. So what might be our last match of the round of 16, so let's see if Spirit can keep it going or if this is truly just going to be it for him. Go goes his Nightmare. Go goes the Spirit. Let's load into game 3. And there's some good movement between those bases there, forcing the Spirit to chase back and forth. Trying to find a way in. Trying to find a way to make things happen. In the top right corner of the map, our Blue Protoss play here. Up 2-0, a map away from the top 8 of the tournament is Nightmare. Really kind of showed up and surprised us. Showed up at the qualifier. We were surprised to see him. He announced his retirement a couple months ago. He looked good in the qualifier, and then we just have continued to see him play well in this event, in other events too. The weeklies, he's actually been a big kind of name in recently as well. You've been seeing a fair bit of success there from him, so kind of crazy just to see that. Did you have on the top right Nightmare, in the bottom left Spirit. We get up and running. Spirit's got a forward SCV. Oh no, sorry, that's the wrong color blue. I was gonna say it's a weird place to build something, but yeah, sorry. So that looks like the lighter blue on my mini map is the darker blue. I'm getting tricked by the colors. My own fault for not being on them about it. But yeah, the darker blue. A proxy gate here, and it's a second gateway, so a bit of aggression. Spirit's been pretty safe, expanding to the high ground a lot though, so. He does that again here, that would be nice. He does not. It's a low ground. It's what you want to see there as Nightmare. He'll be happy about this right now because that opens the door. Well, Stalker going to Chrono Boost out. Look to pressure at the front here in the next few moments, so we get that underway. So the CC right there as well. And yeah, that's the whole goal. The goal is to knock this CC down, right? Bunker going to start. This is also no Reaper from Spirit. That might help you, because the Reaper may not... The lack of Reaper doesn't give you a scout. But it means that you've got more Marines on the way up to then help this, which might actually help. Just having straight up more Marines than anything else may genuinely be okay for you here. That might actually be a reasonable play. Gets the bunker denial, but more SCV should be able to get that. We lose a Stalker. I'll go ahead and say that so far this is not quite looking as good as you want it to. Marines is going to be getting back into that bunker, and yeah, this was actually a pretty good defense in the end from Spirit. It went a lot smoother than I thought it was going to for him, actually. So yeah, this was a pretty smooth little situation. And Spirit, not a bad start. The Nexus obviously delayed from his opponent. And yeah, you kind of take this right now. Another attempt to run through here just for a second or so. Bunker just going to settle. And you have the Twilight Council and a couple of gates building. The Adepts are going to threaten to go through once again. The wall off is good, and that will keep everything at bay just for now, if nothing else. Like the moves out. Factory off from the Tech Lab. Let's see, Nightmare is, again, already behind in workers, which is not good for Protoss, who typically wants to be leading when it comes to the work account, so definitely not pretty right now for Nightmare. This is not how you wanted things to go so far. You wanted to get more out of this initial proxy gate, but everything gets delayed in this scenario. Like, your tech gets delayed, you know, this Twilight is done, but what do we do? I mean, it looks like we're going to go Blink, but that's scary. To try and go Blink from here is going to take a while, and like I said, I don't know if we've really got time to genuinely get into Blink at the moment, so we will see. But for the current exact moment in time, I'm not quite a believer as the Marine Cyclone goes back down to the bottom left. A couple of devs will move through. The threat to get in there as the shade up to the high ground comes about. The hallucination going to be right there as well. Dark's going to move over to the Tech Lab and just going to go land that into position. The Marines will be good to get those Adepts. Nicely handled. A couple Stalkers gathering up, and the Stalker of Nightmare gathers as well. So a lot of that just continuing through currently. When we get to Temple Archives and Blink, I mean, like I say, your Blink's late, which means your charge will be late as well. worker count is never quite recovered. We're still a 2-base Protoss here as Nightmare also. So keeping that in mind is that, you know, you're on less bases than you're kind of typically meant to be too. And really, Nightmare is in trouble through and through. His position really not pretty at this current point in time. Just going to Chrono Boost the Storm out. So we'll get that underway. There's the medevac loading up. So 8 Marines begin to move across to the other side of the map. So 8 Marines will get going. Combat Shield about to finish. Concussive Shells and the +1 attack upgrade coming in as well. We continue to bring that through just for the moment. Marines going to get in, a couple probes going down. Just going to be seeing the little bit of damage being done. A couple stalkers will come through. The medevacs will take some damage there. 6 probes going down. The problem is going to be the rest of the army showing up at the front. I do think Nightmare might struggle to start defending multiple places. That medevac hurt. Dive in. Battery going to try and do some work. High Templar has to pick a good moment to storm. It's honestly a decent storm. It lands dead center, and the units don't necessarily stand in it, but you can't really guarantee much better than that. Finally going to remove that pile and get rid of this gateway. The Spirit starts to fight his way back into this game. Extra medevacs going to join through. The rest of the bio coming across as well. Go out over to the right side. Just going to be seeing the single Marine still in the gateway there. Just going to jump onto the Nexus. This, I mean, we're just kind of doomed here as Nightmare. How do you need to get to a 3rd base, right? Just lost the High Templar with energy on it as well, so that goes down. He is double expanding, so he recognizes he has to do something a little crazy to get out of this, but it's just not happening. He's overwhelmed. The opening was just so poor. The proxy was a commitment, and it really did nothing at all. Spirit followed it up aptly. And we are going to get ourselves a Game 4 in this series, so we are not going to be done just yet. The fight goes on as we get ourselves to Persephone. And Spirit will not be removed from the Summer Championship just like that. Like I say, we fight into Persephone then for map 4 of this series. A little bit of a fight back, which is good to see, because obviously we had the 2-1 scoreline earlier, so it's in best of 5. It's nice to see Spirit also be able to kind of take a map at least. See if we can string together a couple more and reverse sweep. Alrighty, so taking a second. Spirit to join us. He's just BLB a moment between the games, guys, so no worries there. Ready, go goes the Spirit, go goes his Nightmare. Kick this off. Countdown good. Let's do this. Welcome to Persephone, guys, as we have in the top left side the player who still leads the series with a 2-1 scoreline at the moment. Can he keep it up? Finding out as we get into this map. It is Nightmare in the top left corner for game number 4. Finally losing a map in this series. I think that Spirit has one on the board. Nightmare tried to mix it up, try to finish it off quickly in that last game with the proxy, and it just did not pan out. And so here we are. TV coming through, the barracks going down, gateway coming about. It's settled in for the moment. CV up around that top side. It's taking a long way around. Engineering bay block time once again, as we saw a little bit more of earlier in the day, actually. So, yeah, we'll get that engineering bay block down. Just slow that down a little bit. Throw some trouble into the game early and just try and block Nightmare off and force him to a location he may not want to be playing off of. Bay block is nice, and again caused just a little bit of trouble early. There is a little bit of an attempt to expand back at home, and we even have the probe just pulling back as well. Let's see if you're going to give up on that. The Zealot comes through, and we'll slice and dice this down. Engineering Bay will drop. Factory on the way from Spirit as the Twilight Council builds from Nightmare as well. Again, Summer Championship playoff spot on the line in this series. It looked like it was going to be Nightmares. Spirit says not just yet. Brings it back that one map. But now... just have the starport coming about, the Hellion on the way. Just going to be having the Blink and the Warp Gate building up, add a couple more Marines in. Just going to be seeing those few Marines popping out and going after the Zealots. So that's stuck at the front. We are going to see it going down. Was on hold position for a second there and is going to fall. Head out up to the top. The Blink on the way, the Warp Gate building. Stalker going to be pushed back a little bit further then for the moment, as we just have the Hellion going to try and dart through. The couple Stalkers there, trying to play the denial. Marine's going to get turned back around the other way. Just for now, so far so good. Stalkers move about, Banshee tank, Marines, cloaking, all coming up right then. So get that underway. Again, the Blink finishing soon. The Observer coming about, probes producing. Our Stalkers up to the high ground. Banshee tank, Marine and cloak coming through for now. Just gonna have ourselves the Blink finishing real soon. And Banshee and Cloak both coming in. A couple of SCVs coming about. The command center building as well. Barracks on the way. There is the swap on over to the other side. Marine pulling up. Taking a few steps, and yeah, charge on the way. Ob still being added on. Gets settled in for the moment. Impact building through. We just have that storm and that charge both continuing up then, so nice upgrades. Again, just taking these later third bases as Nightmare. It's been something he's done throughout this series. And throughout the day in general in the PvTs, when he played Spirit earlier as well, of course. Stalker gets there, picks off a Marine. The Probe going to scout around. Storm and the Charge both building on into play. And give us a good bit of access here as well. See the Probe healing up. Again, Storm and the Charge both build through. Get the Nexus and a couple of gates building as well, so we just get that up and online. The Banshee is into the back of the Natural and will be good for a good little bit of damage to start us off, to be honest. 7 probes go down. 1 Banshee falls, the other gets away from the moment. Uncloaked. Might get blinked on. I think it's too far away, to be honest. I think it's going to be okay, so... This Banshee gets out of there, but on its own is not exactly going to be much cause for concern anyway. 8 probes total, not bad for kind of Spirit to fly in and get some damage done. More specifically, not bad because this third is so late. So once again, Nightmare's going to be playing off of a horrible early game situation where his economy is really not up to par with the typical kind of game plan of a Protoss player. Your economy should typically just be so much better at this point in time. +1 combat shield and the concussive shells come through. There's the Prism from Nightmare to go and try and deal some damage. 2 High Templars accompanying 2 Zealots in the Prism at the moment, so trying to get straight through with that. So far not going to find much of an opening, but some Marines are going to try and flank it, and they are going to get on top of the Prism. Prism low. Marines in the main base. It all goes down. We did not get anything there to help. That is absolutely brutal. What a play out of Spirit. What a catch, removing 2 High Templar in this game. In a game where, again, as I've mentioned, we're not really playing a super good economical game as Nightmare. Quite frankly, he is way off from the mark in terms of economy, and that puts him in a troubling spot. Taking losses, not doing great. Genuinely in some trouble right now. So you have the Bioforce coming all the way up to the top. A few Stalkers coming around as well. And we're just going to settle down. The High Templar sitting there. A couple of Zealots warp in. I'm just going to get there. The pylon falling. Spirit in a good aggressive position now. 30 supply lead. It looks as though as High Templars. Oh, get 2 nasty storms. I was going to say, it looks as though Spirit has a lot. He dove underneath the Prism, made a kind of a hectic battle all of a sudden. I don't think either of them were really ready for exactly how that was going to go down. Next storm's available here. The tanks get jumped on already. Nice moment for move forward from Nightmare. He's trying to cover himself from kind of a self-imposed bad spot just because of the economy scenario. More shots coming through. Stalker's firing it up. And Spirit in full-on retreat mode, but he's got a drop top right that's causing some trouble as well. This Nexus was taking damage. A couple Storms had to come through defensively there. There's just Stalkers that are chasing a few Zealots. The High Templars that are trailing are quite far back as the Stalkers try and get rid of the Medivacs, and they will be doing so. Just taking a little bit of time to do that, and this is continuing to be back and forth. Now Nightmare gets on top of this base, the bunker, the Marines, SAVs getting stormed and pushed away. Dust Depot goes down, the High Templar step back, the rest of the Stalkers and the High Templar coming over as well. We'll just see everything gathering on the 3rd base currently, so again, all of that joined up right now. Sense Tower going to go down. The 4th command center from Spirit drops in on the bottom side as well. It's going to put that straight into place. Stalker still gathering. 1-1 upgrades coming through. The Armory and the Engineering Bay coming up. Planetary Fortress will finish soon as the Medivac and a couple Marauders. Marines, the Ghost, building as well. The Prism loads up into the main. The Temple and the few Zealots unloading. The extra Zealots warping in. 1-1 upgrades continue. The Marauder is going to have to pull away right there. The few SCVs pulling through. The couple Zealots dropping at the moment. Taking a ton of damage. The rest of that Protoss army base out there. There's the storm that comes through onto some of the biomes as everything's clumped up. Next storm softens the SCVs, but not much else. The High Templar could be EMP'd here, and that could give you the chase down. Now, the snipes are good as well. That also just works. Snipe, and we get both High Templar. That storm was a little too late to deny the snipe, unfortunately, and gets the observer as well. Next is Robo Facility and Robo Bay coming up. The extra Zealots coming by. The 1-1 upgrade still building as well. Medevac out around the bottom. As we do have the 2-2 starting from Spirit. So both those upgrades on the way in right now. Zealot Stalker, 1 in dive, the 6 o'clock base. Jumping straight into the Planetary Fortress. It's going to get denied there. The Bio coming back the other way. Zealot Stalkers coming through. And we still have upgrades just pouring in from Spirit. Going to take a 2-2 upgrade lead at some point, although maybe with some chronos. It won't be for too long as Nightmare gets his own 2-2 started up. Again, trying to bounce back in this game. Wouldn't be the first time in the series he's playing from behind and can get back here, so trying to see what we can do. A little drop on the top side, gonna set there for a moment. The High Templar will be able to feedback it, I believe, once it has enough energy to get the kills, so that's just a matter of waiting around and not forgetting about it. Just take a second. Again, Prism Speed coming up. The armor upgrade finishing. Nightmare is now maxed out in this game. Things have settled for a few moments here and there. As we have Nightmare pushing down both players on the 2-2. I feel like this is not really where Spirit wanted to get to. But unfortunately, he's not being able to stop it from getting here, so now just has to try and figure it out for himself. As Nightmare comes all the way down that right-hand side. Again, the Prism Speed, Finishing Student, +3 attack, Dark Shrine, Nexus. All coming online. The Observer sets up. The Missile Turret gets jumped on. Falls immediately. Still got the 3-3 upgrades coming through as well. The Bio actually taking a good jump forward. Vikings looking to chase the Colossus down. Prism pulling back. High Templar there. Looking to try and help out as we speak. We run through the storm. Spirit with no respect for the splash damage right now. He feels as though he can really get a lot done. Chasing the Colossus, essentially, is basically the go-to play for him right now. Like I say, ate a lot of damage to do so, but is now going to be able to get to the Healing Shrine and can do a little bit of healing outside of the medevac. Save yourself some energy. Never a bad thing, as Nightmare runs down here into a pretty much full HP Terran army again. The Templar there gets caught, that gets denied. Another Zealot in some trouble, just going to be seeing the EMP's coming down again. The Vikings still overhead. Just going to get over to the right side. This Nexus will drop. Looking for some storms right now. The EMPs are perfect, though, and the Zealots running in. Are they going to be enough to buffer against the storm that Spirit is currently bringing into this game? The Medevac's doing a good job overhead, continuing to heal up for the moment. We do have this Bioforce forced into a corner. Can we break through? The last few units are Stalkers, which aren't very tanky, and there's so many Marauders left. The Archon showing up. That's going to help. Gonna get rid of some Ghosts here as well. Do we have enough? Blink Micro may help as well. Nightmare could just do with a warping of Zealots to arrive to the scene. Does not find anything to aid him with that. And for now, Spirit zips on out of there. Fire gathering on the right. Just going to see the CC morphing into the planetary. Missile turret and sense tower coming online. In +3 attack, +3 armor, both coming through the Nexus building as well. Get that on the way. It's going to be having the few other units coming down for the moment. Just bringing this all down that right side. Just for now. Upgrades continuing through. Prism going to be right there. Templars, going to get some decent storms. Needs to be able to get rid of this planetary if you're going to commit onto it right now. And he is going to right-click the planetary, gets it. Cost him a fair few units. There's a massive Zealot warp in. The Prism just living as well. That was actually very close to going down too. That could have also been a problem that for now is not going to strike. The Orbital Command taking a few shots. We do see the Zealots still after a few more of these SCVs. Are going to get there. The Zealots will drop down dead. Zealot Stalker to get rid of the CC. Now Stalkers and an Archon to go after the Orbital. Orbital doesn't die. We have replacement CCs. Honestly, one Orbital is not the end of the world. I love the double planetary fortress here, by the way. It actually really helps to secure this base. The extra damage from that's going to make that such a nightmare to attack into. I don't think that adequately named player, Nightmare, will want to invoke that one in the bottom corner anytime soon. This base looks a lot more killable in comparison. One planetary and obviously a little bit more open area to attack on in with initially as well. So through the charge, Depot goes down. A couple depots in trouble. Liberators will siege up. Vikings looking to push forward. The Stalkers turn. The Viking falls. Another storm dropping down once again. Another little Liberator shot firing through for the moment. The Prism comes back across. Stalkers gather together. A couple of probes have died. Scan on top of this army. Again, Vikings and the vehicle plating coming through for the moment. The Prism goes down as well. The Zealots are still pushing up. Vikings taking damage at the moment. Again, work being done so far. Just see the Vikings 5 at a time producing to make sure we can get rid of Colossus easily. I like that we got 5 Vikings though, right? Just actually having like a good, or enough starports, I should say, to make 5 Vikings at once. Like actually having that in place already feels so much more comfortable here for the Terran player, just knowing you have that rebuild potential able to come up so quickly. Both players do some work as we saw the Zealots and Terran mineral line. Spirit also finds some action on Nightmare's side of the map. Almost at the 20-minute marker here on Persephone. Zealot, Stalker, Colossus, Archon moving down. The few Vikings gather with everything else. Stalker step through, looking for a first volley that will not do much at all. Both players have quite a lot of money to rebuild with, so it's scary because any attack, you don't want to go desperately bad because you've got money to rebuild, but you're going to need time to rebuild, so it's kind of scary because if you take such a bad fight that you never get to use your bank account properly, then it feels real bad. This mineral line is found. We will storm the Ghost, which actually does kill a few probes in the process. Ghost actually looks to finish up some of the probes that are then one-hittable because of the storm damage. We'll use a moment or two, so overall the nuke actually does have some pretty positive impact on the side of our Terran player. Being's going to stim ahead, sees the High Templar, and gets it. Doesn't lose anything for it as we just jump on that right side base. We're going to lose the left side base perhaps. I mean, not much you can really do there as Spirit. You're out of position, but maybe you can actually keep going forward and look for more bases yourself. Yep, I mean, this is 4 Zealots defensively over here. No High Templar in sight. It's the Ghost. It's the High Templar and the Storms that are usually scary in these scenarios. We're pulling back to the bottom left-hand side. That Ghost has the EMP on the High Templar here. All the snipe. Both the High Templar go down. This is purely Zealot Stalker in the corner. That's not great. Top base going down from Nightmare as well. And this is a great moment for Spirit, who knocks down the second base. It's a nuke in the top right that actually, does a bit of damage as well. He lost 18 SCVs. He did not catch this army. I really felt like he was going to catch that from getting back away there. That's the only part of this that did not come to fruition in the end. EMP on the Stalkers again without any splash damage here. It doesn't feel so scary, but then there's actually just so many gateway units. Liberators are going to show up. We should turn and try and fight some of those if we get the chance, which we do for now. A couple of shots going off successfully there so far. As that army still hanging out overhead, everything joined together. The medevac loads up. We peel away to the right-hand side. Protoss army back to the top. Stalkers coming back over. Colossus joining together. Spirit is going to come pushing up the right side once more. A little bit of bio here is going to find a pile. There's a Void Ray there, which isn't going to change much. We get rid of this next. We're going to go for the same base trade. Kind of move again. Recall available from Nightmare, so him trying to initiate any sort of a base trade can absolutely work out in this scenario. Agachi is somewhat fine right now as the Colossus will go after the refinery. The Orbital Command continue to come up. Units just coming back the other way, so we come back over this side. Settle for a few moments here. Well, Spirit's still pushing up, still looking to be the one to try and make something happen in the next few moments. Wants to get towards this base, wants to try and head on through. So far, not quite finding the opening, though. Attacking through the choke point into the Protoss is going to be scary. It's 5 bases each, and both players have been doing a lot of work to kind of slow the other down. We're 45 to 48 workers. Spirit has a massive mineral bank still, and in moments like this, fighting in the center looks good for him. The Void Ray goes down, not sure what that was ever really going to achieve anyway. Obviously, it's a good drop defense unit, but being on the map, it's kind of just dead weight, so that was kind of a whatever moment. Sun workers go down, Nightmare pulls back across. Vikings actually going to get a few shots off on the Colossus initially, which is nice. Can we do much more than that? A few more storms coming in, trying to hit those Vikings hard. Stopping them to chase the Colossus in a pretty major way. It's really slowing their advance. Oh, now more storms coming through. We need some of these high temperatures to get over to the left side and storm right here and here. Storms there would have been amazing. Didn't happen though, and Spirit is winning this fight against Nightmare. Now Nightmare tries to force Spirit to turn back once again. Nexus will finish soon. On the other side of the map, Bio trying to fight again, stimming up as we see the Zealots going down. Stalker's taking a lot of damage. Vikings overhead going to get stormed. Going to eat some damage as well. More damage being taken. Ooh, it's getting pretty intense here. A lot of these fights getting a bit nasty. I tell you what, though, the difference is that Spirit is still healthy. He's still got money. And he's still way higher up on supply. Nightmare has been kind of bleeding out of this game for a long time. Eventually, I think that is going to come into impact here. It is starting to look very reasonable. Bio over here going to kill this Nexus. Apparently, we expanded down here as Nightmare, a base that Spirit has had a couple of times over. It's a very adventurous base to expand to. The army there for Spirit goes down, but he is darting across the map with a force that cannot be stopped at the moment. Pretty big deal as well, to be fair, as we do see the storms finally coming through there and actually connecting a little bit. The Bio spreading out. Spirit trying to attack 3. He's on almost 100 supply lead, looking to bring us to a game 5. Orbital facility will chrono boost the Observer on the way. Let's drop a couple of EMPs hitting the Archons initially. A lot of these units are low HP. He'd love to take the Healing Shrine. That will not be allowed, and he's only got 1 medevac, so Nightmare being here is huge because he basically stops this army from becoming full HP again, and that's essential right now. Like, that's just a no-go. If he lets that happen, then this game is really just going to fall out of reach for him, so doing the correct thing in that regard at the very least. One more probes coming about. Bio and the Medivacs and the Ghosts. Gathering around. Still got the Planetary Fortress coming up. Missile turret. Building as well. 27 minutes here on Persephone as you just have the Stalkers blinking to the left-hand side, looking for that Planetary Fortress. The Ghosts are cloaked up. There's no detection. They're going High Templar hunting, but there is the Observer. They dropped the EMPs, and they're actually not going to get punished for this move. Now, they didn't get the High Templar, but they did get rid of the Archons. Spirit losing that location, but mining off the gold. He is still absolutely rich, and he just needs a couple of EMPs to land on the High Templar, and this game is done. Like, we cannot really stay in this game at this point as Nightmare. It is really just one EMP away from just, again, removing the storms and giving Spirit the fully fledged reason to attack in and to close this out. And he clearly feels like that is there, right? You know, he is pressing up. He is, you know, looking to deal damage. He is in the right position to make this work. One more storm. A couple of Marauders and Marines go down. The Archon pulls back through. EMP onto the Stalkers. High Templar. One goes down. The second storm coming through again. Archon still gathering the bio and the Ghost gathering through. High Templa's looking for big storms! They're kind of as big as it gets. He actually kind of stacked them because there was it felt so juicy. Spirit's starting to siege up with Liberators. The slow approach is 6 libs are being made at a time right now. So again, there goes your explanation as to how this game's going right here. And Spirit just very slowly advancing. A little snipe on the left side. High Templar finds the feedback. I think with the 6 extra libs, it's really going to make the difference of just pushing through to the victory here. I think that's the one thing where I'm kind of stuck back on at the moment as the extra libs show up. Bio steps up as well. Stalkers and the Liberators continue through. We are going to see libs sieging. Bio coming about. Stalker's going to just blink in. I mean, you got to go as Nightmare. You can't let this Liberator count get any higher. There was a couple of storms available on the back. High Templar, that is now dead. It dropped 1. It didn't actually get a second off. Don't know if he had the energy or if it just was a little bit shy of the energy needed. Either way, it didn't happen. And now Liberator is still alive. Nightmare finally going to GG out. We're just shy of the 30-minute marker. And Spirit is going to take game number 3. Sorry, game number 4. And we are tied up from 0-2 down to 2-2. Spirit and Nightmare are going to go the distance. They're going to go to all 5 games. We're going to get one more map between the two of them before we draw our playoff bracket and look to see what the final few days of the Summer Championship will look like. Will it be Spirit or will it be Nightmare into the playoffs? Nightmare's been playing so great lately, but right now, here today, he's actually struggling a little bit against Spirit, and he honestly keeps ending up in really weird spots as well, where I don't understand his opening. It's like, we're going to go way back in this game, but like he keeps opening with like 4 gates, no pressure. He's just like, he's having no good economy early game. Like his economy count, his work count is just not where it's meant to be for the phase of the game that we're talking of. It's kind of crazy, to be honest. It's kind of crazy what we're seeing. If you ask me, at least. So, a little bit wild. But maybe Nightmare can fix that up, or maybe that's something that Spirit just keeps on taking advantage of. Get ready to go, go, go. And for Spirit to join us here in a few moments. Our final map of the day then coming up. We are done after this one. Alright, let's jump in, as we are going to have ourselves in the bottom left-hand side of this Game 5. The Blue Protoss player Nightmare trying to win this series after having 3 attempts at it, or 2 attempts at it already. This is going to be his 3rd. Spirit in the top right is our blue Terran. Game 5 of our series. Away we go. Very fun, man. It's been an absolute banger, honestly. It's been absolutely great. Let's see how it wraps up. Maxing the gas coming through, getting the assimilator coming up. We see the SCV moving about. Engineering bay on the low ground. Again, we've seen this block a few times over, definitely messing with Nightmare a little bit, but this game he will not build a zealot against it. This game he's just going to see it soon enough that he's going to bring the probes and deal with it. Now the front goes down as well, so just going to drop that straight into place. Take a couple of moments here to get the expansion down, so maybe the least successful engineering bay block we've seen all day. 1 Marine into the reactor from Spirit, going to have a lot of Marines with that fast reactor. No gas wasted on a Reaper either, so maybe the factory comes up a little sooner here as well. We'll see what he wants to do early. It's not really been a game of a lot of... I mean, the early pushes have done okay for Spirit, but I wouldn't say they've been putting him in significantly, like, amazing positions when he's pushed early with Marine tank, etc. Factory going to be done in a couple of moments, so just going to bring that through. Twilight Council Gateway next is coming about. Command building through. A couple of Marines are going to come online. Just going to be seeing the blink and the warp gate coming up right now. Gateway, probe, stalker coming through as well. Rax moves off the reactor for the next barracks to go down on it, and we're just going to start stim early. Obviously no starport just yet or anything, so nothing of that accord. And obviously just in general, Spirit has not been having much on the map anyway, so he scattered around a little bit. SCV obviously early as well to engineering bay block, but that's really been about it. Now just another Marine popping through and gets settled down. And that blink is halfway done. We just have ourselves a Robo and a Gateway coming up as well. Probe will go back and forth. Robo coming up, barracks on the way. Third next is just going to drop straight into position. What's still coming up? Still got that stim pack coming through. Blink continues to produce right now. Factory building up a reactor. Just see the few Marines gathering together at the moment. At the front, obviously, Stimpak going to be done soon, and maybe there's going to be a little bit of power on the first push here by Spirit. Blink done from Nightmare, no pressure, just a fast third base. economy looking a little bit better than it has done in some of the previous games. It's a very safe Protoss player, though, for someone who's playing against an actual triple CC. As the Medivacs come out, Spirit can try and look for some extra damage as well to try and build on. Well, it's actually not too bad of a start when you just look at the overall investments here in the early moments. So, let's see where that's going to take us. So, a scan on the observer takes the third base as well. It's just going to put that straight down into position. So, love to see that. Nice and cozy here so far. Just have Marines in the tank gathering up. Stalker going to step forward as well. Just going to try and take a little bit of a situation here. Tank shot hits the Stalker in return. +1 attack coming through. Marauder and Widow Mines on the way. Storm still building. And we have the Medivac Spirit around the left-hand side. So again, 3CC, very good economy. Look at the supply already looking good for Spirit. We'll see if that's something he can keep up for himself in this. We'll see what this drop can do. Looks like these Stalkers may have caught wind of it. Nightmare is poised. Oh, he just pulled those Stalkers away. I feel like he was feeling it, man. Just look at his point of view here. I felt like he was feeling it, but he's pulled them away, and that Medivac is going to slip down the left-hand side. So that is going to come down the left here for the moment. It's going to be seeing the Marauder stepping through. Tank shot coming about. Storm coming down. A couple of Marauders going to be taking some damage. We are going to be seeing the other Medivacs coming over as well. Fire gathering. A few Stalkers gathering up. A couple of units are setting themselves up ready here. Fire just gathering. Medivacs again on the way down for a couple of moments right now, so gonna be settling here. Medivac stuck in the corner, not gonna be able to get out for a little bit, one would imagine. A bit of Stalkers out, just pressing through. The couple High Templar coming about as well. Take a few moments. As the Medivac's going to escape out over to that right side. It's just going to be trying to see what we can do. No success there just yet. As Spirit now on the left-hand side just gets a pylon, but will not go any further than that. So it's going to pull back a little bit. And Zeldstorm coming through. A little bit of bio coming about. The Widow Mine's going to burrow. Just going to be seeing the bio holding back over there. That bio coming through, gets the prism. That's actually kind of a big deal. Now these units up over here in a little bit of a stuck spot. Like, how are they going to get out of here? This does not look great. Focus on the Zelds still join up. A few Zelds around the right-hand side. And a few units moving about. Just going to be seeing the bio right there. A couple Stalkers coming through. Stalkers get pushed the other way. And we'll fire up and throw a few shots away the other side. Just for the moment. Bio turns around. Just for now as well. Pulling back over to the right side. A couple SCVs coming across. Bio gathers. just going to get in there. Zell getting grabbed. We are going to see Stalker Zell pushing in on the top side. Pushing through for the moment. Just going to see the Storm coming down. A couple of SCVs getting hit. Zell's getting hit hard. Bio going to stim by. Planetary getting repaired. Just going to see the few Zells going down. Stalker's coming through. On the bottom side of the map, it is Spirit who's pushing along as well. It's going to be seeing the Bio encounter that Nexus. The few Zells, that's a big storm that hits the Bio army as well. Another Widowmine shot connecting in. And 2-2 upgrades building. The army down the bottom right side, trying to see a little bit of what's up right now. Still, Medevac, a Ghost, a Bio. Heading around the left at the moment, seeing where we can get to, see what we can do. Stalker's blinking underneath. The High Tempo's looking for a couple of storms. Spirit is not holding on supply-wise, though. He's looking like he's in a little bit of trouble at the moment. As the Stalker's blink, and again going after the Maroon Marauder for now. See that missile turret gets jumped on. The Sense Tower picked off as well. You'll see 2-2 upgrades building as we have got ourselves a Zelds going after that Bio army still. So really trying to get in there and get involved just for the moment. I just don't think Spirit's going to be able to hang on into this. He's not been able to take the fights this game as he was in the previous game. He's not been able to hold his opponent at bay as easily. And it does look as though we are going to have Spirit. He had such a good start in this game as well, but yeah, just wasn't quite good enough. GG's. Nightmare will be the final player into the round of 8 of the WardiTV Summer Championship. Yeah, what's up, Photobaz? Thank you so much for the 9-month resub. Thanks for awesome tournament as usual. No worries. Thank you so much for supporting it. Appreciate it. Right, guys, what we're going to do, I'm going to run a round of ads. When the ads are done, we're going to draw the bracket live. You guys can see what the bracket looks like, and that's going to be us for the day, and then we should be back tomorrow with day 1 of the tournament, unless for some reason nobody can play. But we should be back tomorrow for day 1 of the playoff bracket is the goal and the plan. So that's what's going on. Alrighty, so we will run those ads, and like I said, we'll come back and get to it and draw this bracket. I just need a couple moments to set it up. Alright guys, let me just get logged in and everything, get this all set up. So, the rules are fairly simple. Basically, the only rules we're applying to this bracket draw is that first places do not play each other in the first round, obviously. And you cannot play someone you played in the group until the upper bracket finals. The earliest you can play someone in your group that you played in your group stage or who was just in your group for the round of 16 is the upper bracket final. The round of 24 has no impact on that, but those are the only things that are in play. So I'm going to do first, just while the ads are still on. I think we can... Well, no, we'll give it a moment. We'll just wait. It's all good. No rush. We're chilling. No rush. We chilling. Oh, I'm sad Spirit didn't make it after being so competitive. I kind of believed, you know. 5P, 3T, 0Z. Yep. It's almost like we have the most Protoss, the middle amount of Terran, and the least Zergs. That's reflected in the playoff bracket too. Incredible. Obviously, I would have loved it. I honestly really wish one of the Zergs made it. I really felt like it was possible as well. I really felt like they all had a shot. Just didn't turn out that way, unfortunately. Alright, are the ads done? 30 seconds. Even though Nose Egg still love the games as always. No worries, mate. Thanks so much for dropping by and watching. Like I say, we'll draw this bracket, guys, then we're going to wrap it up for the day. And that will be that. That will be that. Bam, bam, bam. Cool. What are ads? Yeah, what are ads? Alright, let's bring you guys over here. So, this is how it's going to work, guys. We have these 4 players finish first place of their group. Super simple. We're going to randomize them. Max, Clem, Hero, and Classic were first place in their groups. We're going to randomize them to drop them into an order of the bracket. Clem, Max, Hero, Classic. Ho, ho, ho. So Clem goes here. Max goes here. Hero, then Classic, although it doesn't really matter too much the order of that. Okay, so we'll save that and just show you guys what that looks like already. Give it a moment. So, Clem, Max, Hero, Classic. So, Clem and Max came out of groups A and B, so Kira and Björn cannot be on this side of the bracket, which means that it must be Zaun or Nightmare that get rolled against Clem and Max. So we're going to simply go Zaun, Nightmare, and the order they come out in is the order they go into the bracket. Nightmare, Zaun. So Nightmare gets Clem, oof, and Zaun gets Max, also oof with the way he's playing lately. I don't think either of these guys wanted these matchups. And then, obviously, that leaves Björn and Kua. So Björn and Kua, the other 2 players to be seated in, they will get Hero and Classic. That's kind of a brutal start for the Terrans, I'm not going to lie, man. Like, I mean, I guess there's no easy way out. So yeah, let's go back. We do Björn, we do Kua. We just randomize them. See what it gives us. It's going to keep these guys the same this time. We're going to put Björn in against Hero. And Kura in against Classic. And that is our round of 8. So that is our bracket. Clem, Nightmare, Max, Zaun, Hero, Björn, Classic, Kua. I'm going to go and make the schedule, and we'll be live with some of these games tomorrow. Ideally, I think what's realistically going to happen is we're probably going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something like that, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something along those lines is probably my guess. So yeah. Because I think Classic definitely can't play tomorrow because it's SEL. So unless we pre-played his match, who else is in the SEL groups tomorrow? Rogue, Spirit, Kua. Oh, it's perfect! Kura and Classic are both in the same group in the SEL. So the fact they play each other is actually absolutely perfect for us because it means that we can just leave both of those out from tomorrow. Wow, that actually RNG'd into a perfect resolution. I love it. I absolutely love it. That's actually spot on for us. That's so great. The problem has solved itself. Wow, incredible. That's actually amazing. So you know what? Usually the bracket auto makes itself into a problem. Today it actually automated itself into a fix. I love it. Like it's usually I'm like, oh yeah, okay, maybe not as many matchups tomorrow, guys, but that's just not the case. So yeah, we'll start tomorrow with Hero versus Björn, then Max versus Zaun, Clem versus Nightmare, winner or Elim match. Which would we do first? Lower round 1, Max, Zaun, Clem, Nightmare. Winner round 1. Upper bracket round of 4. Like that, I think is going to be the way we do this. Perfect. Alrighty, guys. So we're probably going to do Hero Björn to start the day tomorrow, because otherwise they're going to have to play super late. And then I guess the next playoff day is, yeah, okay. I'm going to go do that offline because I have to send the messages out to the players and stuff as well. So I will see you guys in a little bit. You guys have a great rest of your day. Thanks for watching, and I'll send you guys over to somebody else on Twitch at least. Who? I do not know. Guess I will host Steadfast. Alright guys. See y'all later. Bye.